When our Navy begins fighting, they finish the job. The War of 1812, Captain James Lawrence fell with his brothers on the USS Chesapeake. His dying command gained immortality. Don't give up the ship.
That's right. Don't give up the ship, y'all. Don't give up the ship ever, okay? That is the most like normal I've ever heard Trump, and it's because he's reading off a teleprompter for the first couple of minutes here. But I'm pretty sure this is the 4th of July speech where he talks about I think it's 1776 or something. He talks about like how we took the British airfield or whatever, something to that effect. Something that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, that was Trump's July 4th Independence Day speech at the Lincoln Memorial. Streamed 4 years ago. So yeah, that was 2019. 2019 there. Welcome, welcome. The airports, yeah. Yeah, we took the airports. It's somewhere in here. I just put it on because I've been just putting on speeches of one of our candidates before every one of these streams. But what's going on, Jarek? Jarf123, the legendary Jarf, in chat, folks. Say hello, hello. Today's the day. It is Wednesday, July 26th, year of our Lord, 2023. We are finally finishing this journey of watching all 35 U.S. presidential debates that have been aired on television. There's a little asterisk there because there was debates on the radios and whatnot. But on television, we watched them all. This is the best of all the debates. I don't know. The last ones were pretty good. What's up, Ryro? How you doing, bud? Hello, hello. The last ones are pretty good. I think the last ones was our Super Bowl, but this is Super Bowl Part 2 for sure. Just because of Donald J. Trump, our favorite president, right? But yeah, we hit our goal though. My goal was to watch all these by the end of July, and I remember when I made the decision to do this, I think it was end of May or the first week of June. I'm like, okay, I got to start this like now, and I was not really confident I was gonna be able to do it, but we did a good job of like getting through a whole bunch in June, and then we set ourselves up for pretty easy July where I didn't feel like I needed to do a whole bunch. There were some longer ones. There were some that I didn't enjoy, but there's a lot of gems that we found. But yeah, I've been uploading them all onto YouTube. So go check it out on YouTube. I have all the way up to, I think, Clinton versus Bush on YouTube. I need to do the other ones, which I'll do at some point soon. They just take a long time to, one, export and then upload onto YouTube. Usually, like, one of them takes a whole day. Been waiting for this all year long. How'd you know I was doing this a year ago? It's crazy, not. So inspirational. Thank you. But yeah, after we watch these two, there's only two debates for this one. We've had 3 for the last couple months here, or last couple of weeks here. Wait, Padres hat? I know. I just saw it in my I have my hat box, and I have all my baseball caps in there, and I was looking through it because I didn't do my hair yesterday, and didn't do it today, so I was like, let me get a hat, and then this is tan, so I was like, it kind of works, and I haven't worn the Padres hat in a while, but I really should be repping the Orioles, even though I think they're losing right now, but Orioles #1 in the AL, baby. Didn't Padres beat the Mets in the wild card? Yeah, I think they did, if I remember correctly. Yes. That is not the reason I'm wearing it. Hey, if I get a Mets hat, I'll wear a Mets hat on the stream. I usually get the hats when I visit the stadium. So one of these days, I'll get a Mets hat. I'll never get like a Yankees hat, probably, but I'll get a Mets hat for sure to make up for it. All right, let's jump into this. I was feeling a little sick on Friday, and I wound up actually being sick Sunday and Monday. So I'm glad I'm at like 95% now, so it's good enough to stream. But yeah, on Friday, staying up till like 12:30 in the morning to watch Clinton versus Trump was a bad idea because I think it made me feel worse the next day. And then I did Barbie and Oppenheimer on Saturday, and I just did way too much this past weekend, so I don't think that helped either. But let's switch over here. Did you see McConnell freezing in the middle of a press conference? Yeah, I think he had a stroke, if I had to speculate. That or that after, that was coincidentally after the whole alien UFO probe. Maybe there's a tie into that. Listen, there are some things I agree with what you're saying, but we gotta be careful in Twitch chat. That's all I'm gonna say. You gotta be careful in Twitch chat, and online in general. These days. So let's see here. Yeah, this was the Donald Trump July 4th Independence Day speech. Yeah, there wasn't any. He was pretty bland in this. This is the most normal I've heard him. But yeah, like I said, go on YouTube and watch. You can watch the old debates on there. Herd cancel culture. Yeah, right. It's more of just like you can't do threats or like promoting violence of any sort on stream. Yeah, so yeah, because I get hate comments on the YouTube videos. So go on YouTube, maybe write a nice comment and downvote people like this guy who looks like he's really divorced, and because he took a picture in his fucking car. I actually clicked on his profile earlier, and his YouTube banner is just boobs. And he has a bunch of videos about women. So I'm like, yeah, this guy definitely is fucking divorced. So yeah, definitely go check out the YouTube videos and write some nice comments, please. So don't have losers like this writing hate comments towards me. I mean, I thought it was funny. His profile is exactly what I thought it was going to be. All right, yeah, so this is the first one. And if you remember correctly, we did stream these debates back in 2020. Good old days there. And I am much further left now than I was then, so I think this will be interesting. There's some moments that I remember pretty vividly, especially the moments where Trump kind of told his supporters to stand by, and we all kind of like laughed that up and been like, hey, he's kind of crazy for saying that. And then what happened? January 6th. So moments like that I'm looking forward to revisiting. And also I want to see, what did Joe Biden promise? Because it's been now 3 years with our boy Joe, and my personal opinion, he's really hasn't done a great job. Granted, I didn't expect him to do anything amazing either, but I'm curious how much he said in these debates and how much we can be like, has he done that yet? Has that happened? So looking forward to it. Let's do it. I think this was a live stream, so I think we have closed captionings. We'll see if it works. Half the time it's not accurate. Are they getting ready here? Okay. Good old C-SPAN. And then this should lead us into the Republican primaries, which are supposed to start, I think, heating up this August. I did everything right, and they indicted me. We're not even in that yet. We don't even know. At this point, we weren't even thinking about that. We weren't even thinking about that top 5 quote. I mean, we do have the Ruth Bader Ginsburg bit that happened before this, and that's probably my favorite Trump thing of all time. She died? Oh, wow, I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time. Definitely my favorite Trump moment. And then just with Tiny Dancer playing in the background, just iconic moment. Should we, after this, if depending on the time, we'll see where we're at time-wise, after these debates, should we rank all of them? I'm not going to do like each individual, but we'll do every like chunk. Like we can do like, Bush versus Gore is one chunk. Clinton versus Perot versus Bush as one. Because right now I'm going to say easily the number one is Clinton versus Trump. Just because of, it was interesting to see Trump in the first debate start from being like, first 10 minutes being like, quote unquote, normal politician-y, and then he started like going off the rails. And then I think him and his team realized that it got him a lot of votes basically from doing that, so he just started being more and more aggressive. You think Trump and Biden's number one? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, from what I remember, it didn't blow me away. I mean, it was crazy, but I think the Trump versus Clinton one was more funny. And Trump was definitely doing the more of a right wing populist kind of stance in those debates. So he seemed kind of like, he was still like, really conservative, but he still was crazy by, with how he like attacked Hillary and whatnot. And it worked because I think he did great arguments because Hillary's been a politician forever,
Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University.
His bottom lip has muscles. That's mean.
I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News.
I mean, he's an anchor, so he's got to be able to talk a lot.
Between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential
Sponsored
Debates.
by Snickers.
The Commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute
we're drinking some good to celebrate.
with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first
Got
question.
some Colorado whiskey,
then open
some honey whiskey
discussion
with
for the
some
rest of each segment.
peach
Both campaigns
peach tea.
have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates.
Or my producers.
This debate is being conducted
Not a
under
big
health
whiskey
and
guy.
safety protocols designed by the Cleveland
I'm still a
Clinic,
vodka guy
which
first,
is
but
serving as the
this
health
whiskey was
security
good.
advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a
It's definitely
precaution,
like a
both
summer
campaigns
drink.
have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate.
Oh, that's right, because of
audience here
COVID.
in the hall
For a half second, I'm like, wow, they have like no respect. I don't remember that.
has promised to remain silent.
I mean, I
No
wouldn't blame
cheers,
Biden,
No
but-
boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on
God,
what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now.
If I'm being honest, I'm not, like, I'm turning, 29 in February, and I'm just going to reduce that by 3 because of COVID. I'm just subtracting 3 because 2020 hasn't ended for me, so...
As we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
No interruptions. That lasted long in this debate. So awkward. What was that? What was that, Joe? I don't remember that. Why are you like being like, yeah, I'm so happy you're here? We need politicians to hate each other because clearly Hillary Clinton was too nice to him in the beginning. And clearly by the 3rd debate, she was so tired of him. I don't remember her shaking his hand at all after the 3rd debate, which I would once again not do. I'm like I said, I'm never gonna run for president, but if I was, I go back to this. I'd be an asshole to everybody. I would make no friends. Maybe they won't get anything accomplished in D.C., but to be fair, nothing gets accomplished there. So what do I have to lose?
How you doing, man?
How you doing, man? What's up, bud? Joe sounds like when you first,
a lot of people have been
when it's
waiting
Friday
for
night and
this
you're
night,
meeting
so
up
let's
with your
get
boys
going.
at the
Our
bar.
first
What's going on,
subject
man?
is the Supreme Court.
How was work?
President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is
Tiny
clear
Dancer
about
wasn't that
your
long ago.
obligation and the Senate's to consider
Biden brings the
a nominee
booze,
to
yeah.
the court. Vice President
Trump
Biden,
brings
you
the-
say that this is an effort by the president
hard
and
drugs.
Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call
Where was this?
an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight: why are you right?
Cleveland.
in the
Oh,
argument you make.
that's right.
And your opponent wrong. And
This is
where
at the Browns Stadium.
do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment,
Baker
you go
Mayfield
first.
somewhere
2
in the
minutes.
audience right there.
Very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election,
Elections have consequences.
Shout
We
out
have
to
the
Zed,
Senate,
yeah.
We have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic.
No one likes
Good in
her at
every
all.
way. Good in every way. In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places.
Who?
So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have
We
plenty
know that
of
wasn't
time.
true.
Even if we did it after the election.
he is a little
itself.
extra
I have
tan
a
in
lot
this
of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest
Can I move
student
the-
he's ever had. He's been a professor for a
can.
long
Okay.
time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse.
And now Biden refused to stack the court or pack the court, whatever you want. I'm on team abolish the court, but
So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you.
and then we had Roe v. Wade
Same question
overturned.
to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
And then recently
of
we
all,
had
Thank you for doing
or was
this.
it
Looking forward to this, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Joe.
don't call him president. Not my president. What was the other one that we got that just got reversed? Was it what's it called? The freaking admissions for college admissions. The oh my fucking god, what's it called? Someone help me out, please. There's a word for it, and I'm just forgetting the word. For affirmative action. Thank you. Jesus
The American
Christ.
people have a
Starting
right
off strong,
to have
Devin.
a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for a United States senators and when they vote for
See, I like when they have the
President of United
questions
States.
because I forget what they're saying.
They're not going to get that chance now because we're
question
in the
is.
middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their views.
I do like Biden's
is by
tie.
who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president.
He has more stripes than Trump.
What's at stake
And it's
here
like, what is
the
that, white and
president's made
blue?
it clear he wants to get rid of
different.
the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that. He ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court, and the justice. And I have nothing. I'm not opposed to the justice. She seems like a very fine person.
It's weird when the crowd, there's less people here, and obviously the crowd's not talking, but even when the crowd wasn't talking before, it sounded like there was people there. You know what I mean? It's weird how, like, that happens. When people are just being silent, there's still some noise.
But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be held pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this
cocaine,
election.
oh my God,
If he
stop.
wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then
If you
it
made that
goes
joke
forward.
3 years
If
ago,
not, we
people
should
would be
wait
like,
until
what?
February.
That's a stretch. Like, where's that coming
100 million
from?
people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is
But
concerned,
now we
people
know.
already had their say. Okay.
We know
Justice
that there's a
Ginsburg
lot
said
of
very powerfully, very strongly.
going
At
on.
some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
During
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the
election's
100
already
million
started.
people, Joe.
Trump did the
100
math.
million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly
knows
going
that.
to socialist.
Go
You're
ahead.
going to socialist
this is,
medicine.
we're now into, gentlemen, we're
Yeah,
now
here comes
into
the
open
socialism
discussion.
stuff.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number
White.
one,
He basically wants to water down what Hillary wanted to do, and then how he's calling it socialism. That shows us how like different 2016 to 2020 was, where like it went from just being like crooked Hillary's classic lib, and now it's like, no, Biden's a socialist medicine. It's just, that's how like crazy that the right has gotten with like their rhetoric. It's just that anything that they don't like is socialism.
he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23
Is the
of
will
my
you come on
colleagues
man in
trying
this
to win
debate?
the nomination
That-
that I won. We're
that
saying
clearly,
that Biden
like,
wanted to allow people to have private insurance.
Clearly canned response
They
zinger
can.
that Biden
They
had
do.
ready.
They will under my proposal.
Not what you've said,
But
and it's not what
that
your
is-
party has said.
that is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your
That
party
is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am.
So he's admitting it. Biden admitted it. He is the Democratic Party, which is further to the right than it was since 2016.
The Democratic
He admitted
Party
it in
right
2020.
now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for?
And then your administration, in May ended the ended the whole COVID program, so they're not even sending out free tests anymore. We're not even tracking it anymore. So like, it's just funny how they use that.
them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act? And
Joe, you've had
pre-existing conditions.
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And
this.
if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't
the
be
deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you
It's funny. They're like, who killed more people? And it's like, both of you have killed so many people. And then you have capitalism, American capitalism, which kills thousands every day, whether it's through military action in other countries, whether it's a homeless person starving to death, whether it's someone not being able to get insulin, whether it's just lack of housing, like I said, whether it's now climate change, where if you don't have AC in some states, you will probably die.
were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which
no,
was heavily
Mr. President,
You
would
have to
been much
ban
later,
Europe.
Joe,
Mr.
much
President,
later.
Mr.
You're
President,
talking about 2 million people.
You're not gonna be able
President,
to
as
shut
the
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is
This
that
debate is
the
gonna be so
president also
interesting, like,
is
50 years
opposed
from
to
now.
Roe v. Wade.
In terms of like the
That's on
COVID
the
stuff.
ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election
How is Roe v. Wade on the... Did he really... I mean, they know why they're saying that is to get votes, but then we got him in power.
is all
And granted, like, the president can only do so much, right? But you're misleading people by saying it's on the ballot, in my opinion. Because I'm sure there's some liberals who are like, well, he couldn't do anything about Roe v. Wade being overturned because of the court. It's like, well, you could stack the court. And yeah, you can't codify it if you don't have enough people to vote for it. But then don't act like it's on the ballot. Don't say that.
You don't know it's on the
begun.
ballot.
I-
Why is it on the ballot?
because
Why is
you
it on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And you
just
don't
be quiet
know
for a minute?
her view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So, on health care.
I will say for my sake that Biden, he did
All right.
raise
Mr.
$15 an
President,
hour
the Supreme
for
Court will hear
federal employees.
a
Yes, he
case
did.
A week after the election in which the Trump administration,
That's the only
along with 18
$15
state attorneys general,
minimum wage
are
we've gotten
seeking to
was the federal level.
overturn
That's right.
'Cause he can do
Obamacare,
that
to
with
end
a,
Obamacare. You have spent the last
Because they
executive
want to give
action.
good health care.
if I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace
But hey, if you're stopping
Obamacare, but
terrorists, you
have
should be
never
getting
in these
paid
4
more.
years come up with a plan, a comprehensive
I feel like
plan to
$15 an hour
replace
isn't really
Obamacare.
good for supposedly
I'll get
stopping
rid of the individual
terrorists from getting on a
mandate.
plane
Excuse me,
Or
I got rid
bombs.
of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
Obamacare. That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was the
I
worst
didn't
part of
ask,
Obamacare.
Sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part of
me.
Obamacare.
Chris.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe.
The
The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like
and
you
we
to,
will protect
Mr.
people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would
Just
like
mute
you
his
to let me
mic.
ask
It's
my
not that
question,
hard.
and then you can answer your
Go ahead.
question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace
That's true.
Obamacare, and just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Fine. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something.
There, see, that's the thing.
There's no-
He's so good at just making it seem like the media is always against him specifically. And this goes back to, we watched all these debates. We watched the ones in the 70s. In the 70s, there was 5 journalists from different newspapers and stuff, and they would grill each candidate separately so well, and would ask them like straight questions, and would ask them questions were like, hey, you voted for this and now you're saying this, why? Like straight up. It's just funny to like, now we have always the one guy, and every time he challenges any of them, he just seems like a fool because he doesn't understand, or he's from one network, so he's going to challenge one of them more specifically. So what's up, Firewolf? Yes, we love George Bush. We miss George Bush, right, y'all? Right?
Nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored
It's
nation.
just funny is that like I said, like Trump is making him out to be like, oh, he's debating him, and it's like he's so soft compared to what they were in the 70s. I miss the 70s reporters. They'd be eating them alive right now.
Which no president has the courage to do because you're going against Big Pharma. Drug prices will be coming down
Big
80
Pharma?
or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do
47
it.
years.
Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care.
about-
All of
This
the
is what he did
things
against
that
Hillary.
we've done,
He has not cut
insulin.
health
I give
care.
you an example. Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost. I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water. You want to know the truth?
That's
so cheap.
it's
Take a look at all of the drugs that what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because
When in
they
fact-
pay just a tiny
As
fraction.
I say,
of
this
what
is
we do.
open discussion.
No,
Let me
but
ask
this
you
is
about.
big.
You'll
This
be
is
happy,
big stuff.
sir. You'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public
Where is the-
option to Obamacare.
There's never just a
The
straight
argument
price,
that he
man.
makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
well, if I
sorry.
can ask you
The average
this
price
question,
per vial
it will
across
end
all types of
prices, by the
insulin
way.
It will
in the United
end
States is
private insurance and create a
$98.70.
government
This is in
takeover of
2020.
healthcare.
It does not. It's only for those
Right around the
people
time
who
of
are
this
so
debate.
poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny
3.8 times
people who
higher
are
than those
poor
in Chile.
Medicaid.
27.7
Anyone who
times
qualifies
those
for
in
Medicare
Turkey.
Medicaid.
6.3 times higher than those in
automatically
Canada.
Enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that.
Also, it's just so fucking awful to be like, yeah, we have so much insulin, it's like water. I don't know. I just find that so weird and gross to say towards people who need insulin to survive, just in a mocking way. Like, it's like you can just go get it. It's like go to the drinking fountain. I don't know. I hate it.
Option number one.
Joe, you
Number
agreed
two.
with Bernie
Number-
Sanders, who's
I
far
did-
left, on the manifesto,
Well,
we
you-
call it.
well,
And
manifesto.
that was you
manifesto.
socialized medicine.
Look, hey, I'm
you
not
saying
going
you
to
didn't
listen
agree?
to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here.
Not by
I'm here
much.
standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days
I tell
early.
you,
You would have lost every primary.
all he knows how to
on
do
Super
is hurt.
Tuesday.
And there he is again trying to get the Bernie voters, which were very few and far between.
Very lucky.
Here's the deal.
The manifesto.
I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight
but-
I'm going to make
What?
sure, because
Biden's getting lucky tonight. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He's getting lucky right now. You know, probably
here's the deal.
doing the
Here's
little.
the deal. The
You know
fact
what I'm
is
saying?
that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agree.
want to
Hey,
make
wait,
sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
Oh my
I want to
God,
make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do
that's
that.
bully
He
behavior.
has.
You'd be
You know,
surprised.
you pick
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy,
Talk,
the wrong
Joe,
night at
go.
the wrong
Oh
time.
my
Listen,
God,
you-
so toxic.
Read with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea
let's
is
let him-
there is no manifesto.
Oh my God.
number
Please let
one.
him speak, Mr.
I always forget about that fucking alert, dude. That's not a good time for it. Not a good time. Thanks not for like 11 months though. Oh my fucking God.
Number
You
two.
just lost the left.
Number two.
He
You
just
just lost the left.
and I also just lost
You
the left.
agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
that's absolutely agreed
folks, do you have
to,
any
and under
idea
that,
Iconic-
what they
iconic
socialize,
sound
they
clip,
call it
though.
Medicare,
Do you have any
President.
do?
socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well,
President,
I tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care.
Just lost the left.
Because he, in fact, already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his
We'll see if he lost the left in the next election. That's for sure. Maybe at this point, maybe not. But 3 years later,
recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them
Number
better
three.
health care at a much lower price.
They let him-
And
because
by the way, he
Obamacare
doesn't
is
know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know.
yeah. After watching all these debates, 2016 is when they were like, "What do we do with Trump? He just breaks all the rules, but we have no way to enforce them."
How to do
Besides, like doing the whole like he has no respect, but no one gives a fuck.
Already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a
fixed
plan.
it to an extent.
He has never
Obamacare,
done a
as
single
you might
thing.
know, but probably don't. Obamacare
gentlemen, you realize
is no
if you're
good,
both
Joe.
speaking at the
It's no
same
good,
time,
and it's too expensive.
let the president. Go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took
Obamacare
away the
2.
individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual
true.
mandate. Listen, this is the way it is, and that destroyed. That they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well, or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people. Okay? I said you got to run it so well.
That's what he's
and I
known
just
for.
had a meeting with them. They said the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive.
I got you.
Premiums
I
are
got
too
it.
high.
Obama won't
That
carry. You
doesn't
just
work.
had to see it in
That's
IMAX.
we,
Yeah.
we do want to get rid of it.
It's
Chris,
an
we
open-
want to get rid of it.
I
and
understand
give
it, sir,
something
but I have
that's
to. I
cheaper
have to
and
give you
better.
roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Obamacare
we
2,
do.
my
Please.
He
Christopher
sends
Nolan
out
masterpiece. Let
wishful
me tell
thinking.
you.
He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising
What game are you
a
playing,
healthcare
Nat?
plan
I saw you were
since he
playing
got
Pokemon
elected.
the other day.
He has none. Like almost everything else he talks
Is it on
about.
an emulator?
He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right.
He's
I have
against
I have one final question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate
Pokemon
Republicans,
Platinum? Yeah.
we were talking originally about the Supreme Court.
Played that
here.
one back in the
If
day.
Senate
I think it was one of the
Republicans
last
go
ones they played.
ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster?
No, because Joe is a traditionalist and he loves 1970s politics. And I'm not gonna say he's gonna lose the next election, but I think it might hurt him because like people just want you to get it done, which is what you kept saying. But it's contradictory when you're like, well, I'm gonna get it done, but I'm gonna use the old ways of doing it and not get in with the times and help people's lives out. You should be trying everything you possibly can.
Or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now.
But
Vote
why? That's what he's asking you. Give me a reason to vote.
and let your senators know how
you gonna
strongly
pack
you
the
feel.
court?
Vote now.
gonna pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in
Yeah,
fact,
answer the
let
question. I
people
hate
know-
this shit.
Oh,
He doesn't
you're
wanna
a
answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the
You wanna
question
put a lot
is
of
the
new
question
Supreme Court
is
justices,
the
radical
question-
left.
Will you
Who
shut
is
up,
on,
man?
Listen, who is on
There
your
it
list,
is.
Joe?
This
There it is. There's the "Will you shut up, man," which people gave him like a lot of credit for this, and I'm like, no, before they went in, they're like, hey, if he gets too much, just say "Will you shut up, man." You know, that's my hot take. I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I don't know. I feel like they had that one in the pocket, ready to go.
Who's
is
on your
so-
list?
Right, gentlemen,
This is-
I think
This
we've
is
ended
so
this.
unprecedented.
He's gonna pack the court.
We have
We're not gonna give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment. wasn't it?
Call him back. Yeah,
Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure do.
47 years you've done nothing. They
like straight up fight him, like get in his face. You know what I mean? We need like hockey fights. Like whoever goes to the ground first, okay, then it's done. Let me go back to it. You know?
understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject, so let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years
You want to talk about last
before
game?
we come back to anything.
Thanks for the
approaching
gifted sub to Jarek
normal.
by an anonymous
My question
gifter.
for
Thank
both
you.
of you is, based on what you have
Appreciate
said
it.
and done so far, and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case,
Yeah, does the CDC even
the question goes
track
to you
COVID
first,
anymore?
sir.
I'm pretty
2
sure they
minutes
don't.
Uninterrupted.
Good luck.
Oh, do they still?
200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have
6
5%
million
4% of the world's
hospitalizations.
population, 20% of the deaths.
1.1 million people dead.
40,000
Crazy.
people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said it is
Plus
what it
10% in
is.
most recent weeks.
Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. We don't panic.
And the son of
He
they occasionally
panicked.
turn into. Yeah,
In
like those
addition to
chicken
that,
fights.
What did he do? He
Yeah.
went in and we were insisting that
Yeah, now
the
you can use the
Chinese-
Bush
the
emoji.
people we had on the ground in China should be able
Emote.
to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that.
This is where Trump, I think, really lost people. Like, I mean, there's obviously people who came out to vote because they're sick of Trump. I really do believe that. And not for Biden. They voted for anti-Trump. But I also think that, like, if COVID didn't happen, I think the election's so much closer. I think the election's so much closer because without COVID, you don't have as much mail-in ballots, and left-leaning people typically vote more when when there's more access to voting. Democrats usually do well. So mail-in ballots definitely help. So you take away all that, I don't know.
He told
I think
us
Trump.
what a
I
great
think Trump
job
would have
Xi
won.
was
Yeah,
doing. He
because
said
Trump
we
had
owe
more
him a-
votes the second time around. Because 2016 was we saw when we looked at it last stream there, where it was one of the least voted in elections. So like no one gave a shit. And so you were gonna have more people who were like, I was gonna vote for Trump in 2016, I just never did because of whatever reason. So now I'm gonna vote for him again. But yeah, I think with COVID and everything, people were like, nah.
Debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then?
Yeah, honestly, it was so easy for Trump to probably win by just being like, yeah, I'm gonna give you checks every month during COVID. I'm gonna if he just took COVID seriously. But he tried to like cater too much to like the loud minority of people who were like saying it was fake, and he tried to buy into that xenophobia, and I don't think most people really give a fuck about China.
And did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out
Sir,
back
it's
in
his 2
March.
minutes.
exactly
so
what we
wrong.
should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money.
Because that's the most important thing under COVID is making sure businesses are still open. That's capitalism talking for you, folks. That's the first thing that comes to mind, you know.
You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have
To get them back to work.
listened to
You have 2 minutes, sir.
See, my
we would have
Applebee's
listened to
open. I
you,
have like a $50
the
gift
country
card.
would have
I
been
need to
left
use.
wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000, and one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in
Have I seen the
India.
new
They don't
Indiana
exactly
Jones?
give you a
Yeah,
straight count, just
I
so you
did.
understand.
I actually
But
liked
if
it.
you look at what we've done,
But I
closed
also
it, and
liked
you
the
said
fourth
he's
Indiana
xenophobic,
Jones,
he's
and
a
I know-
racist, and he's xenophobic because you didn't think
I
they
know a
should
lot of
have
people
closed
don't
our
like
country.
that one.
Wait a minute.
So if you liked
You
the
didn't
fourth
think we
one
should
or
have
like
closed
found
our
it
country
fine,
because
you'll
you
like
thought
the
it was
fifth one.
it was
But if you didn't
terrible.
like the fourth
You
one, you're
wouldn't have
probably not
closed it
going to
for
enjoy
another
this
2
one.
months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of you Democrat governors said President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said
He always says that, but then you don't know where to look.
phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying.
It's so funny to me that like Trump was like, "Hey, get the vaccine," because he was hoping that would help him too with votes and stuff. Like, "Hey, I'm getting a vaccine, one of the first ones in the world." And it's just so funny that all the people that he tried to cater to with the whole China virus bullshit and all that wind up becoming like, "No, I'm not getting the vaccine. It's a government plan." And it's just like, it's just a clear contradiction that they're just like, "Yeah, I am anti-vaccine because of it's anti-government and because of what Trump said." It's like, no, but Trump is the one who pushed for the vaccine too. What are you talking about?
We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do
done.
very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster.
There it is,
Your own
there it
chief
is.
of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no
very-
economic recession.
Sir, you made a
Far
point.
less
there was no
lethal
recession.
disease,
You made
by
a
the way.
point. Let him answer.
And there was
Yeah, when he told his supporters to take the vaccine, he's like, "Yeah, I don't want them to die. That's
no
why."
one, we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he shut down.
It's good. Yeah, that's his one big mess up with the COVID thing was if he was just because he's always been pretty good at reading the room and knowing when to pick a side and when to flip flop. But with COVID, you really couldn't have flip flopped. He needed to make a decision right at the beginning, and he made the decision of just pretending it didn't exist, and then it blew up in our faces and killed so many more people because of it.
Down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
That
Far
is-
more people.
And,
you would have been
and by the way,
months late.
your own,
You were
his
months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose.
The way Trump talks is like he's like they're talking about playing a video game. Where like you were months behind me, dude. Like in the new season pass, dude. Like I was grinding. All right, you're months behind, dude. I already have that skin.
As many as another.
That's the way that's why he's
200,000
treating
people
it. It's like a
between now and
fucking
the end of the
season
year.
pass
And
in
he held me,
Fortnite.
He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
This could have you talking about having a good argument, like, this is why you had some people on the left who also didn't get the vaccine, because he was saying, don't trust him. And all of a sudden, it's like...
You don't
We
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen,
and
let me.
Like, I think this doesn't help in general. Just both of them saying, he's saying trust it, don't trust it, and then you have them flip once the election happens.
Questions about the future, because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future,
J&J
for
gang.
President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted
I have them all. I got
or
all
been at
three
odds
companies.
with some
I got
of your government's own
got
top
the-
scientists. The week before last, the head of
got
the
the
Centers
Infinity
for Disease
Gauntlet.
Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson.
We have a
and
group
others.
chat. It's
They
amazing.
can go faster than that by a
A
lot.
lot of memes.
Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call
So
them
you're
left, I don't know
suggesting
what I
that
call
the
them.
head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui...
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available, just like
He
Dr.
said it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also
I'm
be
talking
after
about when it's
that.
generally available, not when it will
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000
Disagrees
a
with his
day.
own medical
They're
staff.
going to be
this is
delivering
the
the
same man.
That's like going to the doctor and being like, I disagree. You're like, you're 6'1". I'm like, I don't think so. I disagree.
And
It's
just
all
told
set
you
up.
By Easter, this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle.
I remember
And by the
4th of
way,
July
maybe
was
you could
another
inject
one.
some
He said
bleach
4th
in
of
your
July
arm,
would
that
be gone.
take care of it.
It'd be a great
This
4th
is
of
the
July.
same
said
man.
sarcastically,
That was
and you
him.
know that.
I
that
don't-
was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine.
If that was said
serious-
sarcastically, that means
every
everything Trump
serious
has ever
company
said
talking
is
about
sarcastic.
Maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year, but the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine
I
sooner
want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned
Yeah, go to
about the
church for
vaccine
Easter.
and
Yeah,
are
yeah.
reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure
Yeah,
and disagrees. with
injecting
his own
disinfectant is definitely up
scientists.
there.
But
yeah.
you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And-
Harris is saying
no.
you
Definitely
can't
a top
trust the
10
science.
Trump
Well,
moment.
no, you can't
Just
trust the
insane
scientists.
things to
She
say.
didn't say that. You can't
She,
trust
she
the
said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by
I
the way,
spoke to the
and Fauci,
scientists that are in
and
charge.
By the way,
they will have
and
the vaccine very
does-
soon.
Let him finish.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State.
This is pretty tame. I feel like the Hillary one was a little bit worse. The only thing that's, I think, more is that Trump isn't as a... Because in the first Hillary debate, he didn't interrupt her too often until like the 30-minute mark. And then he started doing that every time. And then he's been keeping that up with this debate. He hasn't left off, or he's starting right where he left off with Hillary. The only thing is he's not really attacking Joe too much right now, like directly. He's more just saying he wouldn't be able to do it. But I know
You
it gets
forgot the name
crazier.
of your
So
college.
he's just warming
You
up.
didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated.
Here it
either
is. Well, speaking of the
lowest or
devil.
almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done nothing.
let's have this debate.
And if
We'll
you
see
would have
who's
had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
see,
and it's
We're going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next
It's
segment.
going up fast.
It's going up fast. I look
Okay.
forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect.
I mean, I think maybe not aggressive is the right word. I think he's not. It's just different in the sense that when he was attacking Hillary, he had specific points to go on that were because of all her issues with the emails and her issues she had with as Secretary of State. So far, he's just been saying that Joe is dumb, basically. I think that's the biggest difference. So maybe aggression isn't the right word. His arguments seem just less teeth, I guess.
How the virus is handled going
So I guess the
forward
aggression
by-
is the same, but rather just like what he's using to execute it is different than what he did to Hillary. With Hillary, like, and I have to go back to this, why Hillary was such an awful candidate was, and she was the perfect storm for someone like Trump because he was just doing right-wing populism by talking about how Hillary's been in office for so long, she's never done anything. I'm not from DC. You know, he did what Reagan did basically, in a more Trump-like way of doing it, and it worked. You know, he wasn't necessarily wrong with a lot of the things he was saying. Granted, he was coming from more of a right-wing stance on a lot of things. He was talking about being pro-business and all that. Less about actual people, but he would try to tie it in that way. But yeah, in this one, he's just going to be like, since he has 4 years, he can't really be like, you know, I'm not part of the establishment. It's like, hey, you've been in office for 4 years. And obviously COVID's taking a whole bunch of the conversation, obviously.
Whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President
Yeah, I don't
Biden,
think Trump
you have
has as
been
much leverage
more
in this
reluctant
one.
than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why
So hot in here that the
Because he
ice
doesn't
is
have a
already
plan.
completely
if I were
melted.
Running, I know what the plan is. You've got to
Let's drink.
provide
So freaking
these
hot.
businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to
Tell
provide
that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Nancy
Well,
Pelosi.
just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi.
Shush.
And
And
Schumer.
by the
Brian
way,
Schuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with him in the
Okay.
Senate.
But-
And he sits on his golf course. And, well, I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably play
think
more than
about
I
it.
do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings?
This is why the next presidential candidate has to be like anti-golf, in my opinion. Easy way to get like at least 100K votes. Easily, just be like, I actually hate golf. Fuck golf. I'm on a team abolish golf, so I don't know. That'd be my thing. Is just we need someone to be the opposite. Just be like, because every president from like Clinton onwards, I swear, just played golf all day.
And the fact
Well, he wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we did a
get-
great
he
job.
just- A lot of people like
shutting
golf.
Shut it down.
Wait a minute,
Let
Joe.
him
Let me
finish.
shut
Yeah,
you
you're
down
probably
for a
right.
second.
But at least just don't ever go out on a golf course. That's Devin's most unpopular opinion. I don't know. I don't think it's my most unpopular. It's definitely up there, though. Yeah, abolish golf and abolish lawns. Those are my two hot takes. They're kind of tied together because golf courses are basically just big lawns
Joe, just for 1 second.
for rich people.
He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found
I've been to a couple
elderly
golf
people
courses. I don't ever
with
played
heart
golf
problems
on a
and,
golf course, but I've
diabetes
done
and
mini
different
golf.
problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot.
Jarek
Young
used to work in
children
a golf
aren't.
course.
Even
Or
younger
golf club or
people
whatever.
aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to
thing.
another
I've
subject.
got to
But
respond.
those,
I
but
want to
those
move,
states,
gentlemen, I
those
want to move
states
on to
are
another
not
subject.
doing well that are shut down
Which is
right
gotta
now.
respond to that.
Wants
President
to shut
Trump,
down the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have to
masks?
understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But
Masks,
I
that's
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed.
Masks would work if everyone wore them. It's not that complicated. I do feel bad though. So it was, when was it? It was like right before we all shut down. I remember when I was working at IKEA, right? We were all in the office, and this was like the third day before. It was probably like 3 days from when we all were sent home. And one of my coworkers was wearing a mask, and we were talking about it, and we're like, well, if it's airborne, wouldn't it go like, we were trying to figure out how airborne worked because we weren't fucking doctors. We were talking about like, well, wouldn't the mask be pointless? Can't it go through your fucking like eyelids or something? Like, because you have like little holes in your between your eyes or whatever, right? Something like that. We're like, can it pass through that? Can it pass through your eyeballs? And then and they were like, well, why am I even wearing this? And I'm like, and damn, in like hindsight, they were right. They were doing the right thing. And I remember like it was a couple days. So the day before we all got sent home, they called everyone in our office. So it was, they have 2 offices, one for like phone coworkers and one for like back end stuff. So like doing all the money stuff, and social media was there and all that. And I remember they called everyone in, whoever was there on that Wednesday or whatever day it was, into this small like room. And we have like 100 people in this room. It's like a small conference room. And I remember they're telling us, they're like, so someone has tested positive for COVID. They're not here today. And everyone just freaks out. And I'm like, why did you, invite everyone? That just shows you how much we didn't fucking know anything. We had everyone in one room, and they were telling people, hey, by the way, we had someone with COVID earlier this week. And they had everyone in the same room. And no one was wearing masks or anything. That was definitely some doomsday shit, dude. I was like, fuck, should I even like come to work at all? Like, should we be like, doomsday prepping right now?
When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I feel bad about
wear
that.
masks like him.
Nothing-
Every time you see him,
nothing
he's
we
got a
knew,
mask. He
but-
could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money. The Congress.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks.
I know,
make a big
yeah,
difference.
Jarek, you were
His
in, like, the
own
worst
head of
possible
CDC
place to
said
be
if
during
you just
COVID.
wore masks between now, if everybody wore masks and social distance between now and January.
I mean,
we'd
COVID's
probably
still
save up
happening
to
too, but
100,000 lives.
I still try to wear a
It
mask.
matters.
And they've also said the opposite.
like at the movie
They've also
theaters,
said-
in
no
grocery
serious
stores.
person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said- well, look at-
serious.
all right,
And when I was
Dr.
sick
Fauci-
earlier this
Dr.
week, I've
Fauci
been
said
wearing a
the-
mask just because that's the right thing to do. I'm learning from Asia, where if you're just sick in general, you should just wear a mask so you're not spreading it.
Did
I
not
want
say
to
the
ask you, we
opposite.
got a
said
little
very
bit more than a
strongly.
minute left in this.
Yeah, good for you, not.
Masks are
Yeah, you're
good.
doing the right
Then
thing.
he changed his mind. He said masks good.
Also
I
on
wanna-
planes, I still wear it
I
on
wanna ask you
planes.
both
I'm
about
not
one
fucking
last
around.
subject because
I used to get sick all the time when I traveled. Every time I'd get sick, no matter what. And like now every time I've worn a mask on a plane, I've never been sick. So, COVID or not, I'm wearing masks on a plane now because people are gross. Yeah, I remember seeing a concert end of February, right before my birthday. I remember we celebrated my birthday, and I'm like, we were all like having a good time or whatever, and it's just like crazy. Like 3 weeks later, it was just over.
your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned.
Did you ever get your money
Trump, you're
back,
holding
Jarek, on
large
that?
rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people. Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
Because nobody will show up.
people with.
Well, it's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You goes first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
and
not worried
hangars,
about
and we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issue?
people.
And wasn't the one airport one where his team left and left everyone in the cold? Remember that? That was hilarious.
Sir.
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts.
Remember when they
We do them
photoshopped
outside.
how many
We have
people were at his
tremendous crowds, as you
inauguration
see.
too?
I mean,
They use like photos from
literally on
like
24 hours notice.
MLK and
And Joe
Obama.
does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
that's-
See, I don't think he's
last-
shooting himself in the foot though. His own people believe this shit. That's the difference. They believe everything he says, even when he's wrong. Here's the thing of the average Trump voter now. People who still support Trump. It's a identity thing for him at this point. It's like me, like Jarek, you're talking about Post Malone, right? It's if Post Malone was the president, let's say, or whatever. Or no, I don't want to equate it to politics. It's an identity thing where, like, if I call you stupid enough for liking Post Malone or whatever, it starts to just become a part of your identity. It's like being like a punk or whatever. You know, you're like, I like being edgy, but in a different direction, if that makes sense. It's an identity thing for a lot of Trump voters now at this point. They don't give a fuck what he says. He's God to them. They stan him. You know, and Taylor Swift fans will get mad, but a lot of the Swifties are the same way. Taylor Swift, there's gonna be still people out there. If Taylor Swift like shot someone on stage or some crazy shit like that, that's not the best equivalent, but she said something that was really bad and she shouldn't have said. There's still gonna be fans. Look at Kanye West, same shit. There's people who still like Kanye West after everything he has said. It's because we're all programmed to be stans and look up to celebrities and stuff to a unhealthy degree that we're obsessed with them and we stan them and it becomes part of our identity.
For big rallies he has, and a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, "No, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested?" I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative
cheek to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've had no
When did Trump get COVID? When was that after this? Or was that before this?
negative effect. And we've had 35, 40,000
All right, do you
people.
wanna-
Where he was hanging on for
Just-
dear life.
Please finish up because I want to move on to our next.
Yes,
was
I would.
after?
He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraged them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on
Nobody
to the
cares.
gentlemen? Can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy
So it was
is,
October
I think it's fair to
2nd.
say, recovering faster than expected from the
When was
shutdown.
this?
Much faster.
In the second
September
quarter, the
29th. So it
unemployment
was like
rate
literally like
fell to
5 days later, he gets
8.4%
COVID.
last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped
Oh, sorry,
recovery.
October 12th?
Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape.
Oh, sorry, that's when he tested negative.
What difference does that mean to the American people in
This
terms of the
pose.
economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China.
Yeah,
But what
it was
happened
this
is
where he's
we
like,
closed
you
it
could
down,
tell that
and
he was
now
having
we're
trouble
reopening, and
breathing.
we're doing record business. We had 10.4
I'm not going to lie. When this helicopter was leaving, I was like, is this it? Is this it?
million people in a 4-month period.
You were
that
lying
we've
if you didn't
put
think
back into
otherwise.
the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people, between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening in some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm
I do this
telling you,
every
it's
day.
because they don't want to open it. One
Every
of them
day.
came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us.
He looks like such a
by
grandpa
keeping them closed.
when he doesn't have the
They're
tie
hurting
and
people.
suit on, dude.
People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost, it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce. Look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery.
Yeah, everyone, because there's a mental health crisis still from COVID, and usually some people deal with mental health in different ways. But yeah, it's like, no shit.
What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont.
Yeah, because before Trump, the rich people were not getting rich. It was crazy. Should have been there.
Small towns and working class towns in America. How well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's his
wrong statement.
Yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2
Right,
minutes,
what about your
so
donors?
please let him have it.
Do I get my time back?
Nothing will
The
fundamentally
fact is
change.
that he is,
Famous
in fact,
quote.
worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly,
So what does that say about like how our world works? Is that like we're just the constant push to just create jobs? It's like I go back to this. I want a president who's just like, I want less jobs. We should be working less. All right, 4-day work week, 30 hours a week. Every job you get paid a living wage. Like that would just make everyone just already so much better.
the people who
Like, why is everyone talking about we gotta work hard? It's like, no, I don't want to work hard. Come on, we need a lazy ass president.
have lost their jobs are those people who have
one
been
who
on the front
supports
lines.
laziness.
Those people who have been saving our lives. Those people who have been out there dying. People who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant
Well, Devin, how would you enforce companies to change everyone to a 4-day work week? I'll be like, well, I'm gonna make every Friday a federal goddamn holiday, baby. You gotta if you're making people come in, you gotta pay them time and a half on Fridays.
increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases.
Make
in the
every
United
Friday a
States of
federal
America.
holiday.
And he wants to open it up more.
Federal
Why does
Friday,
he want
baby.
to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools. Why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no.
What if your
couldn't do that
Mondays
because it's
are on
not
a
a national
Right.
emergency.
Sorry,
Not
I
a
guess you should
national
do
emergency.
Mondays
They've done
off.
nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right, your time is up, sir. We are going to get to.
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back.
Nah, if you're still here, how's New York looking? Would you say it looks worse than it did in 2020? Have they recovered?
To their lives.
People
They'll
want
be
to be
careful,
safe.
but they want their schools open.
People want
I'm
to
the
be
one that
safe.
brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football.
No one's going to Yankees games anymore. Well, no one was really ever going to the Mets, but just kidding. The Mets always sell out.
It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
All right,
the people
let's-
of Ohio are very proud of me. And
I brought back football.
Gentlemen,
It
we're
was
going to
great.
get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in
Did you see the Buccaneers? They won it
2016, the
all.
year you were elected president, and 2017,
Thomas Brady.
your first year as president,
threw the
that you
pigskin
paid
really well.
$750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
$750. That's it. Are you kidding me?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers.
Show us your tax
I paid
returns.
$38 million one year. I paid $27 million
Show us your tax
1 year.
returns.
I went,
Right now.
You'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to do, go.
Like how he says when it's finished. We all have to do our taxes by March. Why does this guy get like a pass? It's like, oh, it's only September. We got time to show up Trump. I'll show you my taxes by the end of the year. Don't you worry.
Go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under-leveraged because the assets are extremely good, and I built
Sir,
a great
I'm asking
company.
you a specific question, which
But
is...
let me tell you-
I understand all of that.
Release your
I
tax
understand all of
return.
that.
But let me-
No, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750?
Millions of dollars, and you'll get to see it.
I-
And you'll get to see
When?
it. But let me just
Inshallah?
tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe
Obama.
that. Now, the man got fired
no,
right after that happened. But
Vice
that's
President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher on the money a school teacher makes is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you?
So let's see if that's happened. Has Biden changed Trump's tax code? 'Cause I don't know if it did or didn't. I keep saying promises. I want to see like some stuff. Give me the data. Like, I hate having to Google all this shit. It's probably the same, I know. Alright, how about me just look up Biden tax code? Hunter Biden gets motorcade entourage to and from court. It's all about the goddamn plea deal. I don't want to know what has to do with this tax code. Okay, how about 2022? Just give me like last year. Here we go. Treasury.gov. Raised income, corporate income tax rate 20%. But is this what they want to do? Is this what happened? Because I just outlining tax proposals. I don't want to see proposals. I want to see bills, buddy. God damn, it's so fucking hard to find this shit. Whatever. I give up.
You do it over the last 25 years.
We'll say it changed. We'll give them benefit of the doubt. Whatever. I mean, I don't feel like my taxes changed really too much, but I've had 3 different jobs in the last 4 years. So
Why didn't you do it over
because
the
you
last
weren't
25
president
years?
screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were a
president
vice-
America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe.
I mean, he's definitely up down there for sure, Joe. I agree. But like, there's people like Andrew Jackson who've like did like Trail of Tears. You know, there's a lot of presidents that like promoted genocide. There's presidents that promoted slavery. But yeah, Trump's. I mean, I'm not saying Trump isn't bad though. Trump is definitely the worst modern president. That's for sure.
I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing.
Has he even been in
including
office for
fixing the
47
broken
months?
military that you gave me,
But
including taking care
we're
of your
talking,
vets.
This is
Mr.
a math
President,
that
we're
we're
talking
talking
about
about.
the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what is the analysis done.
So
by
there was the
Wall Street
Inflation
firms.
Reduction Act. Let's see what
Points
that
out
has
that
in it.
my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years.
No family making less than
And number
400,000
two,
per year,
it would
else their
create
taxes
an
go up.
additional $1 trillion in economic growth.
1%
because it would be
surcharge and
about
corporate stock
buying
buybacks.
American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure
when was
that
the
every
Inflation
penny
Reduction
of
Act? That was
has to be
2022,
made
last year?
by a company
But
in
respectfully,
America.
sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do
Yeah, there was a
billions
tax
of
credit
dollars,
for clean
Vice President
vehicles. That's one of the new
because
things.
you, in fact, passed that. That was
Right.
your
I got
tax
it-
proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
you got it done.
Our economy boomed
And,
like it's never boomed.
That's been the most
economy-
environmentally friendly thing Biden has done was the add a tax code for people buying electric cars.
Yes,
Hoorah.
boss.
Mr. President,
let me
wait,
finish.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for the American people.
But let me.
Excuse me.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty
Half
of
of the
companies that are
companies,
already here, they'll leave for
hardly
other
any
places.
companies have
They will
poured in
leave,
here.
and you will have a
Have it.
depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look,
And then, I still say we're in a recession, and people haven't used that word really, but I say we're in a recession right now. It's not as bad as like 2007, 2008, but I think we're in a recession, and the Democrats really don't want to obviously say that because that'll hurt them politically. But I can guarantee you, if Trump wins his nomination, if there's debates and all that, he will bring up at least that, see, I told you. He's be like, I told you that the economy was going to collapse under Biden. So that's one of the reasons why I feel like, they're really trying they're never going to call it a, if you go on Biden's Twitter account, every day he says something about how great the economy is doing. You know what I mean? I see it every time. And it's it's really not though.
Mr.
we
Vice President.
inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history.
They're really trying
I
to
was
control the
asked to
narrative.
bring it back. We were able
They're really
to have
hoping
an
that if there's
economic
any
recovery that
recession,
created the jobs
like
you're talking
officially,
about. We handed
it'll
him
be
a
after
booming
November
economy. He blew
8th
it.
or
It wasn't
3rd or
even
whenever
booming.
it is next
He
year.
It
blew
wasn't booming.
It was
the weakest recovery
Well, sir,
since
is it fair to say he blew it when, in
When
fact, there was
COVID came in.
when there was record low unemployment
Yeah.
before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse
number
me,
one.
Chris. Wait.
Number two.
It went in the
number
hole.
three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number 2.
No.
Chris. They said it would
This
take
guy
a
is
miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing.
We
Part
did
of
not
my
agree.
standard fare.
I'm the guy that
He
brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on
automobile
manufacturing.
industry.
All right, let him.
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew
Obama
it.
said
They're
that,
gone.
though.
He blew it. And in fact, they're going
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies
No,
came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having
And
that.
they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's made
Art of the deal,
perfected
baby.
The art of the steal. We have a
Art
higher
of the
deficit
steal.
with China now than we did
Spittin'.
before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your
Let him
lunch
cook.
down
All right, gentlemen,
18%.
in-
China ate your lunch, Joe, and no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars
On
Takes out
cocaine.
billions of dollars to manage.
Crack
He
and
makes millions of
cocaine.
dollars. And also,
Simply
while
not
we're at it,
true.
why is it? Just out of curiosity. The mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million.
That's
What
not
did he
true.
do to deserve it?
That
What
is
did he do with Burisma
none
to
of that-
deserve
Wait, wait,
$183,000?
None
You've
of
asked
that
your
is
question,
true.
let him answer.
None of.
Well, I like quickly read. I haven't really been following the Joe Biden's son thing and all that really too much. I just know that he's being like sued or whatever, or is he going to? He's in some sort of case, right? And I thought I saw like an alert or some news alert today where it was just like there was supposed to be a plea deal and it like fell through last minute.
Of that is true.
Oh,
It's
really?
been
He didn't
totally,
get
But no,
$3.5
hey,
million?
Mr. President,
It's
Mr.
totally-
President, please.
totally
ask a question.
discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
Yeah, if you take away Hunter Biden, like Biden really has like no like big like not conspiracy, just like things that Trump can really poke at, like he could do with Hillary, you know, controversies. Outside of like things like the crime bill, but like this is also during George Floyd protests where Trump was clearly pro-cop. You know, he didn't want any of that, so he can't really point to things like, you know, I helped or not. What am I trying to say? He can't point to Biden and be like, you supported the crime bill, because Trump would support shit like that. So, but yeah, if you take away Hunter Biden, like Trump really has nothing to work with here besides that he's just dumb and old.
Wait, he didn't get
That's all he has to
$3.5
say about
million,
Biden.
Joe?
Mr. Vice,
He got
Mr.
$3.5 million.
President,
it is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Oh,
President,
but Mr.
it's an open discussion, please.
Now,
It's a fact.
Well,
It
you
is
have
not a
raised an issue. Let the
been
Vice
totally
President answer.
discredited.
Did
There was a
Burisma pay him
report.
$183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr.
Look,
President,
job?
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he
and
did.
Mr.
The only
President,
guy that
let
did
him
something-
answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
who?
And
The media?
By everybody. Well, by the
By the
media,
media,
by our
because they refuse to
allies, by
talk
the
about it
World
because they're
Bank,
embarrassed.
by everyone has discredited it. Matter of fact, even
Mr.
the people
President,
who
please stop.
testified under oath.
So let me
under
ask you
oath,
this,
under-
Joe.
under
No, no,
oath.
go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to
even
you.
The people under.
He got $3.5 million from Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd like to know
honorably.
who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list
I'll
of the
fire
people who
them.
testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a
Some,
good
because
job.
some people don't do
well,
a good
here's
job. With you,
Go
they
ahead.
say-
You get the, wait a minute. You get
Some
the
people
final
don't
word.
do a
Well,
good
it's hard
job.
to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me.
Hey, let me just say, Joe.
No, no, no.
Oh,
Mr. President.
come on.
Mr.
$3.5 million.
He
President.
called him a clown. He's like, oh, excuse me. Like, that was too far. Like, what do you mean? No one cares.
That is simple.
If he lost a vote over him calling Trump a clown, I want to talk to someone. I want to talk to that person. I want to talk to that person who thinks that way. They're like, you know what? I was going to vote for Biden until he called Trump a clown. And I was like, not that. I can't have that kind of attitude. Have some grace, okay?
Simply
Why did
not
he
true.
deserve $3.5 million
It
from
did-
Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's
My
already...
family,
No, let him go.
my family
Already
lost
wrote
a
it.
fortune by
That's right.
coming down and helping
Go
us
ahead.
with
Go ahead,
government.
sir.
And that's
Every-
such a...
they're right
that's
here.
a-
Mr.
That's
President.
such
Every
a great...
single one of them lost
This
a
is not
fortune
about
by
President.
my
coming and
family or his
helping us
family.
with
It's
government.
about your family,
They
the
didn't collect
American
$3.5
people.
million
He
for
doesn't,
nothing.
that's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need, you, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about
you
here.
should
All right,
Take
that's
Not
the, end
about
of the,
here.
that's the end of the
Shouldn't
segment.
take-
I'm pointing at the wrong
moving
camera.
on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice
it's a
President,
but Chris,
no.
can
It's
I
about
be honest?
you.
It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
No, I-
He
I-
stood up.
No,
he stood up.
the answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
threatened Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion if you don't
That
get rid of
is
the
If
press.
you know what, you're,
absolutely not
stop.
You're on
true.
tape doing it.
You're going to
You're on
have
tape.
True.
I mean, yeah, all this whatever, I don't really give a shit. You. I mean, he brought up Ukraine. In hindsight, Trump was kind of half right about Biden giving $1 million to Ukraine. Actually, it'd be more than that. I mean, the billions.
True.
Gentlemen,
Is-
I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice,
he's
but
on
it seems
tape.
to be, why should I be different
Mute
than
the
two of you?
mics. It's not
So
that
here's the
hard.
deal.
Good point.
We have
Just mute his mic.
6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that
What they should do next time is get one of those like electric dog collars, put them on their wrists, and every time they interrupt, you just zap them. Just a little zap. Goes bzz, bzz, bzz. Oh, time's up. There you go. So next time they talk,
segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President,
or you do it like a carnival thing where you have them sitting on the little booth, right? And once they go over their time, if they keep talking, the chair drops and you fall into the water. You fall in the water and you look embarrassing. You know, you're all wet now, and you gotta sit for the rest of the debate in your tub of water.
President, you can say anything you want.
See, I have great
I'm gonna
ideas
ask a
here.
question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
Well, that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
there's
than,
plenty.
no, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race.
So
Vice
dumb.
President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you
So Charlottesville obviously was bad, but it's even worse that that somehow made Joe Biden run. Like that's the outcome we got out of that.
have done more.
And someone like how many didn't a couple people die too? Fucking awful. Like that's what, and then out of it, like the only result was people dead and Joe Biden running for president. Just great.
More for black Americans than any president, with the possible exception
How
of
far up your
Abraham
own
Lincoln.
ass do you have to? I always go back to this for Joe. How far up your own ass do you have to be like, it's up to me to fix America, to bring America together? Like, who do you think you are? I don't know. He thinks he's like fucking like
My question for the
some like American hero.
two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent
He must have been looking at too many of the freaking ice cream memes of him or whatever, and he thought, yeah, I think I can unite people. People like that.
to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you
Yeah,
go
fuck
first.
the Nazis in Charlottesville.
It's
obviously.
about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very, fine people on both sides. No president has ever
Finish
said
the
anything
statement.
like that.
Finish the statement.
It is whose
Now,
2
second,
minutes, sir.
second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division.
The Bible
This
was
is a man
upside down
who, in
too,
fact,
yeah.
You talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is the savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he's.
Even though under Obama and since he wants to always take credit for Obama's stuff, and Biden's administration, remember that Black Lives Matter was formed under Barack Obama's administration because of how often they side with the police and how often they side with the police, how more, and even under Trump, and then again under Biden in his current administration, how much money the police have gotten. Literally, New York City's police department gets more money than militaries in other countries do. Insane.
Talks about. You have to.
So it's just funny that he's rightfully criticizing Trump here, but Biden would do the same fucking shit, dude.
Look at what he did, and what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with
he
racism?
did a crime bill, 1994, where you call
We were just talking about that, like how Trump can point at that, but like it's on false ears because it's fucking Trump.
super predators, African Americans are super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that.
Yeah, he did. Biden also did say that. So
Because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump.
yeah, because the police in Portland, of all places, are just really known for just being great people.
I think you have any
Doing great
law
work.
enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day and they put up their hands and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because
They always make it seem like things were fucking occupied. You know what I mean? Like, every time they talk about, like, the cities were either burned to the ground or, like, we took it back. Like, it was, like, a fucking commune. Like, it was the Paris commune happening in all these cities. Like, no, people were just in the streets doing protests. Peaceful protests.
we believe in law and order.
Yeah,
but you-
ACAB, obviously. 1312 up in here.
You don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left. And they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it
That fucking case, man.
raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country.
And the way to solve that is by giving more money to law enforcement, who are known to be, very great at, not being racist.
In education and work. And
that's how we fight systemic racism in this country, is by giving money to the people who uphold it.
In law enforcement.
Big smart.
And the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they
He's
have
so
to be...
lived up, dude. I can't believe after George Floyd, we still have people who fucking believe that shit. Like, even people who are like, yeah, like in the protest for George Floyd, they're like, yeah, but like, there's a couple bad apples. It's like, what the fuck?
Sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House.
Yeah, these two are aligned.
Well, everything from the civil
He's
rights
just really
groups,
trying
the
to
police officers, the police
just say the
chiefs,
buzzwords.
and
That's
we're
all
gonna
he's
work
saying.
This out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which
We're
we
gonna
have
work it
more
out.
transparency in when these things happen.
So when
these
someone-
cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd.
These cops aren't happy? Give me a break.
These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna.
Yeah. They're not happy, even though, like, there's literally fucking gangs of police who talk about bragging about this shit.
Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest
Never read a fucking history book, actually. Fucking dumbass.
is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of the town
President Trump,
and burn down your
President Trump,
stores and kill people all
President
over
Trump,
the place?
No one was killing people.
You
It's
say
not
peaceful
peaceful.
protest.
President
No,
Trump,
it's
I'm not
not, but
asking-
you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like...
I like how he uses this rhetoric, but then won't use this rhetoric for January 6th, where they did kill a cop, beat him to death with an American flag.
I'd like to continue with the
Yes,
issue
go
of
ahead,
race. I
please.
promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory.
If we don't study race,
Why did
race
you
will just go
decide
away.
to do that, to end racial
That's probably his
sensitivity
argument.
training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
Don't see
I ended
race.
it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane.
Like?
That it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place. And
Yeah, the military's too woke now. I actually like that. We need to actually keep spreading that the military's too woke, because that'll hopefully lead to less people enlisting. Like, that is the end goal, is that there's less people in the military. So, like, we need to keep promoting that, in my book. I think we just have to keep being like, yeah, you don't want to join the military. It's too woke.
you know it, and so does everybody
Too
else.
radical now.
And he would know.
What is
Oh, it was
radical
totally
about
racist.
racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you
Oh, no, I believe it, Jarek, yeah. That was still the most base thing I think I've ever heard you talk about, like doing that George Floyd and Black Lives Matter protest in our small fucking town of Hilton, New York. The rural hick town that we came from.
had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and, frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have
Well, thanks to you, you're one of the reasons why I hate this country, actually. So You played yourself.
To go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that.
Critical race theory.
He's the racist.
Remember when that topic has kind of just disappeared, hasn't it? And now it's just they're being more open about it. Now they're like, we can't teach kids about slavery. We just can't teach kids about that. We need to teach kids about the positive things.
You just don't.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about this.
You know, that will help down the line when we just pretend shit didn't happen.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important to people know they don't want to.
It's not even just that, like learning that like our entire country is built on blood. Like I think that is important to know. And yes, it's important to like not offend people, but I don't think that's the main point. The main point is being like, hey, look at all this bad shit we did. We should learn from that, and we should not do these things.
Many people don't want to hurt other people's
feelings. Yeah, now it's about...
it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up.
It's about being transphobic now.
Self-esteem. It's a little bit
over
like
a Bud Light can.
This guy and
Bud
his
Light
friends
can
look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me.
And you have
they look down on.
You have hundreds of anti-trans bills in a lot of red states, but then in blue states as well, happening in this country. Even though a lot of people actually aren't promoting those bills, but Republicans mostly I shouldn't say mostly. Republicans are the ones pushing these bills.
People who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together.
Sorry,
we can take this on
airplane
and we
flying.
Can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh,
but the reason is that
ridiculous.
the Democrats that run these cities.
Ridiculous.
Dude, what? Do they have the whole goddamn fleet flying today? What the hell's going on? It's so loud.
Don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime.
still haven't mentioned.
That's what I'm saying. They're like you said, Jarek. They're agreeing. Like it's just funny. He's pointing to that, and it's like, yeah, you both are bad.
Violent
Are you
crime.
in favor of law and order?
Ferguson,
I'm in
Baltimore,
favor of law, you
George
follow
Floyd.
Are you
it,
in
and a little
favor
bit
of law
order.
and order? Go
Yes,
ahead,
I'm
say
in
it.
favor.
You
Everybody's
asked a
in favor
question,
of
let him finish.
Law and order.
Loses
Law
left.
and order.
Let him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 17%, 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more
he
in
had-
ours.
All right, we're now.
is
You're,
president of
Mr.
the
President,
United
you're going
States
to.
of America.
We
Mr.
were
President,
breaking every record in the
Mr.
book.
President, you're going to be very happy because
And the
we're now going to
places
talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's
and
exactly my question.
Democratic-
There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer, particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic.
Or maybe it's because of COVID affecting the economy, which affects people's bottom line, affects people's ability to live, that they have to resort to crime to survive. You know, maybe it's that. It has something to do with a Democratic-run city or whatnot. Maybe it's just life under capitalism, and when capitalism is really fucked up, extra fucked up, because of things like COVID, that people people need to, whether it's rob cars or rob people, rob banks, sell drugs, do all the things that, people don't like. People just don't do this shit for fun.
Governors, but in fact, there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200% crime.
Poverty creates violence. Poverty creates crime because poverty is crime.
Republican
it is
City.
Crime towards humanity.
crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, we would have
Yeah, I wonder why he just keeps bringing up Chicago. I wonder why they're just...
We would
our
run
suburbs.
it.
Yeah, always wonder why he brings up Chicago.
Suburbs
the
would
way-
be gone. By the way,
Suburbs.
our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've
He
never
would
seen.
know a
before.
suburb.
Man, yeah, mentioning Chicago and suburbs. I wonder if there's a connection there.
Unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I
Wonder
know
why that
suburbs
is.
He would not.
so much
I was
better.
raised.
Go ahead.
I was,
Wait a minute.
I was
So much
raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950.
Yeah, it shows, Joe.
All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are buying
It did when in the 80s when we were in the suburbs. It did then, but
large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to
Yeah,
black and white.
what
and
does he mean by
Hispanic
suburbs
in the
will be
same
gone?
car
What-
as there
what
have
that
been any
implies?
time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for?
I'm trying to remember how he answered this. I feel like he'll be like super vague. He won't say explicitly, and he's not going to say anything about defunding the police. At most, he will say something like reform the police, better training, bad apples, blah, blah, blah. What he kind of said
for
earlier.
community control of policing.
look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to
You could just edit that there. What I support is the police. Cut it off.
deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding it, his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them.
Like I said 9/11 call, I know he means 911 call, but 9/11 call, like as if we're just constantly getting planes thrown into buildings all the time. We need them. We need the cops in case we get more planes.
As a psychologist or psychiatrist, to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the community.
Like we had before. When? When is before? When you were in power? We just talked about this. Ferguson, Baltimore, Black Lives Matter was formed under your administration. What is before?
Communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go
He's losing the radical left right here, folks.
up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what
in
they're
prevent-
talking about,
That's-
Chris. That's
well,
not what
that-
they're talking about.
that's
He's talking about
exactly-
defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law
Would you-
support.
look,
He has no law enforcement
That's not
support.
true.
Almost
That's
nothing.
not.
I wish you were right, Trump. I wish you were right, bud. I wish he did defund or abolish, preferably.
Look,
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go
Look,
ahead.
look.
Think. We have time.
we don't have time
We got time. So
to
toxic.
do
No,
anything.
think
so
about
listen,
it.
look,
Name
folks,
one law
folks,
enforcement group that came out and
I
supported
think, gentlemen,
you,
I think
Joe.
I'm going to take back the
There aren't.
moderator's
I don't
role,
think there
and,
are any.
I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities.
I wanted to hear what Biden would have said, though. I do want to hear what Biden would have said. List off some people who support you.
That have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned
We're not
into
peaceful.
riots. Mr. Vice President,
Once again, define riot. And what was being possibly damaged? Was it a target? Oh boy.
you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this? bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes.
Do whatever it takes. I don't like using. I hate that word because that implies that it can mean anything. Like we could be violent towards them. Do whatever it takes to get rid of the people.
But you'd stop the days and months of violence.
First, it was 90%. It's peaceful. Now it's days and months of violence happening. See how he even stretched his narrative? Fucking loser.
Portland.
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence.
Yeah, I like how he's like, why don't you call them to tell them to bring in the National Guard? As if he could do it anyways. Yeah.
Should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted. And anyone who commits it
But
should
you've
be
never
prosecuted.
called for the people,
He's never
the
said
leader.
that.
Excuse me, sir. You had never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to call
Because
bring
they-
in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
Here,
Oh, really?
here's the thing.
I sent in the
wait, I
U.S.
asked him a
Marshals to
question.
get the killer
No,
of the young man in the middle of the street. They shot him, and
Right.
for 3
Mr.
days,
President Trump,
Portland
President
wouldn't do
Trump,
anything. I
please
had to send in
interrupt-
the U.S. Marshals.
President
They took
Trump,
care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, you know, his own former spokesperson said, you know, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who's
Just fuck off, man. Like,
I do.
who.
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said.
She said that. And so
who says it? I don't think he said it.
here's the
All right.
But here's the point.
Go
The
ahead,
point
sir.
is that that's what he is keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly,
And-
every single solitary
Okay,
time.
and to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly
Well, wait, I
criticized.
have to answer his
No,
statement.
you have
His statement.
repeatedly.
Wait,
you have
just 1
repeat. No,
second.
you've been talking
He
back
made
and
a
forth.
statement.
I'm asking you.
I would
no,
love to
you know,
end it.
sir.
I would love.
But Mom, he said a statement. I gotta answer it.
And
you
we
know, if
would
you want to
very-
switch seats,
We would very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd
I'm
send
no,
in
I'm-
the National Guard. It would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay,
But they
good.
don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing
That's right.
extremist groups. But are you willing
I mean,
tonight
I could
to
just be here all
condemn
night.
white supremacists and militia groups and
let 'em go.
to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared
to do that,
specifically
but
Do it.
Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say
sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see
Well,
peace.
then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists
Who
and
would
white
you like me to
supremacists.
condemn?
White
Oh.
supremacists and right.
Oh, is this the moment?
Proud
Militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what.
Right there. I remember this moment on stream where I was like, stand back, stand by. Like, you can't just fucking say that about white nationalists. Like, what? Crazy that he got away with this shit. People, like, just pass this as whatever. People who voted for him. I don't fucking get it. Like, how do you, like, I want to know. I legitimately want to know. Like, when you hear your preferred candidate say to white supremacists to stand by, and then January 6th happens where Proud Boys were at, and other white supremacist groups were at, how do you just, I don't, and what's funny is, like, okay, you want to think that, like, I didn't understand this right, or we didn't understand this right, a lot of people didn't, he misspoke or some bullshit, then why did all the, because there's people that were in spying in on what's funny is that the people for January 6th, I remember it was folks from Left Flank Vets on Twitch. Shout out to them, they're great. They were in like a Discord server or something like that of people who were organizing for January 6th, like openly, which is always hilarious that they got in there and somehow the federal government had no idea because they knew it was coming and they wanted it to fucking happen. That's why. That's why there wasn't a huge military or security presence on January 6th. But it's just like they recognized it. The people who he's speaking about, the white supremacists, recognize that as like, oh, he's telling us to get ready. He's telling us to get ready. But yeah, he misspoke. Right. Right. Yeah, this is January 6th foreshadowing. And then it actually happened. Didn't ever think it would happen, but it did. Because you have him just getting away with it.
I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about.
He should not be smiling this moment. Once again, I'm never going to debate a president or whatever, but what he should have done here and been like, can you repeat that? Can you repeat did you just say white supremacists need to stand by? Please reiterate. And see if he doubled down on it. And then be like, okay, I guess he supports white supremacy. That's it. That's why I say the debate is far more impactful than the Clinton debates. Oh, no, I agree. I would say this is more impactful because it shows at this point how far gone that we are and how much that Trump can get away with saying shit. Because, yeah, in the first 3 debates with Hillary, like I said, he was just doing classic right-wing populism. He wasn't doing anything like this. But he was except for like he did do some stuff about in his campaign he did do stuff about being openly racist about like Mexicans crossing the border and that kind of stuff. So and then mocking disabled reporters and whatnot. So he did do all those kind of things, but not in a presidential debate. And in those debates, it was more right wing populism. But then after he won, he realized he can get away with it more, and he kept doing it more and more open. He's. It's funny that Biden talked about dog whistles. He does do a lot of dog whistles, but he also does a lot of stuff out in the open. He's not afraid to say it, and he literally just said it. White supremacists stand by.
Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This
said
is a left-wing problem.
White supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got to be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what his
It's an idea.
FBI, his
Okay.
FBI.
Which is true, and it's also true. As the CEO of Antifa, I'll tell you that we are not an organization.
FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well, then you know what? He's wrong.
we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next.
Everybody
We're moving.
gives you advice and-
And it's not just Trump showing how far right we've come, it's Biden too. Biden's not far right, but you know what I mean? That like he is more right than Hillary was, more right than Obama was. He's closer to fucking George Bush.
Your
the head, that's
administration.
not an idea.
Everybody in
Antifa
your
is
administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas that are.
Antifa is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump
And
and
you ought to be
Biden
careful with
records.
them. They'll overthrow you.
When
in
a
2
president,
seconds.
I'm going to ask a question.
They'll overthrow you in 2 seconds.
When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is,
Yeah, only fascists say Antifa is a terrorist organization because they're pro-fascist. Or they'll say that Antifa is fascist. I also remember during January 6th where people believed that it was actually Antifa in disguise storming the Capitol. I'm like, I'm letting you know right now, if it was left-wing groups doing that, they wouldn't have gotten that close, one, because the George Floyd protests proved that, in the sense that, like, they had all the fences and all that stuff just around the White House, and they were doing all the militarized police around that area, so they would never even let them even remotely happen. But if it did happen, that means the left finally united, and they would get the job done. It would not have been done how they did it. That's all I'm going to say about that.
don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative.
But like I don't.
And in this case, sir,
it's just because January 6th they purposely didn't have as much security out, and a lot of the cops and security were on Trump's side, so that's why a lot of them went by. And then the ones who did fight, one of them was killed or beaten.
you are the alternative. Looking
It wasn't until they were
at
already in the
both of your
frickin'
records,
building
I'm
that
gonna
they
ask
started
each of
actually
you,
doing anything.
why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, There has never been an administration.
It's already been
that's done
fucking
what
2
I've
hours
done.
of me
The
streaming. We
greatest
haven't even
before
finished the
COVID
first
came in,
one.
The greatest economy in history.
I used to be so
lowest
quick with these.
unemployment numbers. Everything was
Thank God
good.
there's only
Everything
two.
was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling.
I'll try not to
and they were
pause
saying,
too much
It's
the rest
time,
of this
maybe.
one.
And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. He was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court judges, justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his
I don't know if that's true, but if that is true, it's not surprising.
party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president, you can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term.
Fine, sir.
300 judges, it's a record.
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump?
this
You have 2
president-
minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused the recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got
And-
$3.5 million.
That's right.
Mi-
And
Mr.
by the way,
President,
my son.
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can
Because-
you add
No,
back
no,
He's
I'm
a
not
person
asking.
that's
That was a
not yelling.
rhetorical question.
Can you
Go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30 seconds?
Yeah,
was a
yes, you may
rhetorical
have.
question.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten
I
much
know.
much
He
more
said he wouldn't
wealthy
let Putin do
by a
anything.
tune
and
of over $300 to
Ukraine.
$400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot. And the
in this, he's gonna. Obama did kind of a not the exact same thing, but Obama kind of did the same thing against Mitt Romney. Remember that, where Romney accused Obama of not giving a shit about there was some Americans that got assassinated. I think it was in Libya or whatever. And like Obama like did the whole like stern like I do care, blah blah blah, and like granted he's talking on a more personal level, and I do believe Biden here, but I feel like they also were like, hey, make sure to bring this up if he talks shit about the military in any way, which he really didn't directly. But yeah, this will get people to vote for him because it humanizes him more.
people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent
Are you talking
like
about
hell.
Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm
Hunter?
talking about my son, Bo Biden. You're talking about
I don't know, Bo. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter
you know
got
Bo.
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He
For
wasn't dishonorably.
cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. And once you
None of
became
that
vice
is
president,
true.
he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
He
My
made a
son,
fortune.
my son,
And he didn't have a job.
my son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why
I'm
was he
proud of
given
my
tens
son.
of millions
All
of
right.
dollars?
But he wasn't given
All right.
tens of millions.
And it's just so funny because we know Trump is fucking doing drugs too. Come on now, like he's known to like be like on Sudafed and shit. Like he's not doing cocaine, but like he's definitely doing Sudafed. I remember there was that one photo of his drawer open, and you can just see like a bunch of Sudafed in this drawer.
He was given
That
tens
is
of
And don't get like I got really sick once. Actually, it was right before COVID. It was in February, so maybe it was COVID. I don't think it was though. And I remember I had some Sudafed left over from my trip to Germany when I got a really bad cold when I was there. And I remember I just took one or whatever, and I was pretty sick. And I remember I took one, and all of a sudden it felt like $1 million. It was crazy. The German Sudafed, man, it's crazy. It does wonders.
Totally,
President Trump,
totally
President Trump,
discredited.
we've already been through.
Totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial
So do I.
subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a
I know, but when
judgment call
somebody
here.
gets $3.5 million
Okay, great.
from the
Let's talk
mayor
about-
of Moscow,
Let's talk
Just mute his mic. Like I said, it's not that complicated. They act like they can't stop it.
about
I think
It's because they like the views. What the fuck's happening outside? All these goddamn airplanes. It's the fucking jets outside. They're literally fighter jets.
True.
Gentlemen,
that
thing.
report
My
is
taxpayer
totally
dollars.
Why did he get it?
discredited.
I
Mitt
think,
Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers'
Gen-
money. That
Oh,
report
call
was good
back.
for
Mitt Romney
political
call
reasons.
back.
you know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
Yeah, World
So
War
would
III is
I.
happening.
Okay. The forest fire.
If World War III was happening in Colorado, it would just be us getting nuked because we have the Air Force Base here. And I'm pretty sure we have some sort of missile systems here. So, if World War III started, we wouldn't be the first target, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got nuked.
Fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have
You're talking about nuclear
displaced
war, that is.
hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years,
Finally, a climate
you
change
have
question.
pulled the
This is relevant as it's fucking 98 degrees outside right now. And it's been the hottest month ever recorded this past couple weeks. And it's only going to be the coldest day for the rest of your lives, folks. So
U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama
have we rejoined the
environmental
Paris Climate
records.
Accord?
What do you
think we have.
believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air.
Did we
want
actually
beautiful,
rejoin?
Clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our
He did on his
businesses.
first day,
Our
okay.
Businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris
him
Accord,
credit then,
it
I
was a
guess.
disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are
I'm pretty sure in Flint that there's still not clean water, by the way.
loaded up with trees, dead trees
Speaking
that are
of
years
water.
old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management.
What do you
You've got to have
believe?
cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good.
That's not climate change. He's just talking about like general environmentalism. He's trying to like confuse like some dumb people out there who can't tell the difference.
You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very
Do you
exciting
believe
for a lot of people.
that
We're planting 1 billion trees.
human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of
I
this
think
planet?
a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests every year.
He has no idea, or no, he knows what he's talking about. Some people might be like, he doesn't know anything about climate change. No, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's trying to confuse some of the more like loosely environmentalist people, but like people who don't really know much about climate change. So when they hear this, they're like, yeah, that seems like that would help.
I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. if that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they have forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground. That's burning down because of a lack of management.
But, sir, if you believe...
It's a combination of lack of management, human interaction, and then climate change making it exponentially worse. Because it's hotter, it's much harder to put out the fires, much easier for fires to start. Because here's the thing, is that forest fires are generally natural. But when the climate's hotter and these forest fires are happening more often, that isn't natural, whether it is human caused or not. But humans are also escalating it as well, due to like you said, whether it's fireworks or like campfires, whatever. You also had companies like the one in California, the electric company there that started a fire because of not maintaining their power lines correctly. So. But yeah, we don't give a fuck.
believe in the
We wait till to burn to actually do
science
anything,
of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars
Well,
and
not
trucks?
really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old
That's not a flex.
slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by
But in the-
$3,000.
That's still the bullshit too, because like cars don't have that great, like it's not a huge jump in, like he's talking about like miles per gallon, but like it's still putting out fucking fucking carbon or whatever the fuck.
case of California, they've simply
No,
ignored
but you would take a lot of
your
cars
rollback.
off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see
And it sucks because Biden's response is like, we just need electric cars. Like, yeah, good.
how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And, and I'm okay with electric cars, too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Right. Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and
by 2035, the damage will already be done. It's actually climate change's effects are happening quicker than we originally thought, and it's been proven this year with how fucking hot it's been. Here in Colorado, back in June, early June, we already had the average rainfall we get in the entire year. In the entire year, we hit our average rainfall in June. Crazy.
zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put...
I mean, he's like I'll half give it to him in the sense that like the American military has more of a carbon footprint and carbon emissions than like a lot of countries do. So I'll give him that. But it's like, but his way of of fixing that is just to make them all electric instead of just, I don't know, let's stop building so many fucking bombs and shit. Stop building so many vehicles. Why don't we just get rid of some stuff?
5.
Let's reduce the military instead of just trying to make go green for our military.
100,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going.
How does a highway help climate change? Help fight climate change? Oh no, it doesn't. It just means more cars on the road. You should be doing electric trains and shit.
To provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that in fact is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the.
Well, half the reason they tear down the rainforest is one, because of what's his name there, when he was president of Brazil, he wanted to they purposely burn down parts of the rainforest to get rid of the indigenous tribes in that area, and also they also cut down a lot of the rainforest there because of beef. They need to make more land for cattle, so they can get more beef and whatnot. So, like, giving them just $20 million to stop cutting down the rainforest, I don't think helps. It'd be like, hey, you have to change, like, the beef market, or we get a lot less people to eat beef. That would help, too. So
the forest. And if you
I don't think it's a good strategy.
then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
He like went to Mar-a-Lago.
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still,
beat.
for example, make sure that he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is a guy who says that. Well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings
go for a minute, and then you can go.
and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the
that is
dumbest,
not-
most
that
ridiculous.
is not
where
the case.
airplanes are out of
Wait a minute, sir.
business,
That's
where two-car systems are out, where they
Not
want to
true.
take out the cows too.
Not
That's
true.
not true either, right?
Not
this is a $100
Simply,
trillion.
look,
That's more money than our
is-
country could make in
that is
100
simply
years if we're
not
going.
the case.
All right, let me
destroy our
because I
country.
actually wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy-efficient homes. So the question becomes: the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good-paying jobs.
Let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100 billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's
at all.
he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up a
we are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We
He did
spend
say it.
billions
Whether it
of
was a
dollars
joke or
now,
not, he said
billions
it.
of dollars on floods, hurricanes,
exactly like
rising
something he would
seas.
say.
We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. They didn't happen before. They're because of global warming.
Climate
we make
change.
up 15% of the world's problem.
Just say climate change.
But the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen,
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion,
That is
not
not
$20
my
billion.
plan.
That's
The Green
well,
New
you want to
Deal
rebuild every
is not-
building.
What a flex for Biden. The Green New Deal is not my plan. We don't want to do that.
My plan.
I want to
all
rebuild
right.
every.
If he knew
you asked
anything
it- wait, no, no,
about,
wait.
if he knew
Gentlemen, he
anything,
made it.
Even not even a watered down version. He's like, no.
Statement
Gentlemen-
about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
That is
What
not
he
true.
did
Sir,
is he
you're done in
said
this segment.
he called
Mr.
the
Vice-
military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
and he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape.
that.
He said
Mr.
stupid
Please,
bastards. He
sir,
said it.
stop.
I would never
I
say
would
that
play
to
Stop.
the military.
Play it.
Go ahead.
You're
Mr.
on
Vice
tape.
President answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
Whoops, forgot to unmute myself because of car alarm. You're right with China, India, and Russia, having big impacts on the environment as well. But the thing is, like, the United States views itself as the leader of the world, leader of innovation, all that stuff. That means you got to be like actually leading the way in environmental changes, or at least changes in your infrastructure to combat climate change. We have not done that for ever. I mean, the question was raised all the way back in, at least not climate change directly, but in the 70s with Carter there, talking about switching to renewable energies, all the way back in the 70s. And we said, fuck that. And we're like, no, we need more coal and fracking. We need more oil. So we did that instead. Now is our opportunity to start leading the way. And then you have countries in Europe that quickly, they put in wind turbines and stuff, and they've reduced their carbon footprint. They're still not anywhere where they need to be, but a lot better place than where we are. We're so fucking behind. And let's not even talk about like corporations that come from America that pollute. For example, Amazon being one of the biggest ones, whether it's through emissions or just straight pollution. Think about how many times you get a plastic bag in the mail for every Amazon order you get. Shit like that.
Cost.
The economy.
And then, of course, corporations also throw away a lot of shit, too. So,
The Green New Deal and the idea of what your
the
environmental
Green New
changes
Deal-
will do.
The Green New Deal.
yeah, and that's the other thing, too, is the reason Europe's ahead is because, it helped that in a fucked up way is that World War II is that where their infrastructure was affected by that, so they could kind of build. But it doesn't matter. Americans have to find a way to get it done. We used to have railroads, and we got rid of railroads. We made it in a car. We made it a car-first country, and that also doesn't help either. So it's hard to. That's why the solution is just make more green cars.
Pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
Do you support
No, I don't support the Green
Oh,
New Deal.
you don't? Oh, well, that's a
You
big
let-
statement.
I
That
support
means you
the
just
Biden-
lost the radical left.
I
Done.
support
you
the
don't.
Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment.
So it's not
Election
even radical.
integrity.
Then.
As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving
Election
mail-in
integrity. Here we
ballots
go.
or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election? And what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ plus weeks, because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day. What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com, decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change, or you get 4 more years of these lies?
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So
I think Biden did a good job there. Like, spoiler alert, Trump did not accept the outcome of the election. That's what I'm telling you. These last couple debates have felt like a weird sitcom. All the way back in the Romney debates where Romney name-dropped Trump twice. You know, the whole setup is there. Great execution by the writers.
I listened to Joe talking about a transition. There's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense, and President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned,
The Obama
it's a disaster.
coup,
A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay.
How many
You're
liberals would have
soliciting, you're
loved
asking,
an
they
Obama
send it
coup,
back,
though?
you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all
unironically.
over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well, because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months, because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud.
Just making
and it's
up
a
shit.
shame. And can
Crazy.
you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th.
Yeah, wasn't it
That
done
means
by, like,
that's
end of the week?
7
Wasn't it
days
done by
after
Thursday or
the
Friday?
election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that.
Sir,
all run by
2
Democrats.
minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President
a fraud.
Trump,
It's a rigged election.
you're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter, of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
I always knew it was going to be close. I think with COVID, it made it, like I said, it definitely swung for Biden's way just because of the mail-in ballot access, which is one of the that's the main reason he's fighting it, because he knows they'll lose. Republicans always lose when mail-in ballots are more accessible, when early voting is more accessible. They rely on voting restrictions. They rely on gerrymandering and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I don't think I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so, because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them, we don't like them, we don't like them.
But what
they
are you
throw
going to
them
do
out
about it?
left
There
and
are
right.
millions of ballots going out
What
right
you
now.
do is you
gonna
go
do?
and vote. You do a solicited ballot,
No,
and that's
I'm not-
okay,
I know
or
your
you go and
complaint.
vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people
You go and vote. You go and
No,
vote.
but
like
what I'm
they,
saying is, what are
like
you
they
gonna do
used
about
to
the
in
fact
the
that
old.
millions of people?
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending. They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia. Mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers.
just making
This is
shit
a
up.
horrible thing for our country.
There is no.
This is not.
There is no.
This is not
evidence of
going to
that.
end well.
There is
Okay.
no
This
evidence
is
of that.
not going
Vice
to
President
end well.
Biden-
5 states
In fact,
have had
go ahead,
mail-in
sir.
ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What we're saying is, they're saying
don't
is that
pick
it has
it
to be a
up.
postmark by the time, by Election Day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he
You're
knows
wrong.
the outcome.
You're wrong. I
No,
love
I
counting
want to
the
continue with you on
I
this,
love
Vice
counting the
President
votes.
Biden,
Chris,
because
he's so wrong
I love counting the votes. Stop the count.
when he makes
in
a
fact,
statement
no,
like that.
excuse me, Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over
Hillary
the years with
Clinton,
mail-in
she's
voting
a crook.
has not been fraud.
What's up, Ethan? How's it going?
Historically, it has been that
How was the rest of
sizable
your,
numbers,
your
sometimes hundreds
stream?
of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they
can
missed
be fraud.
the deadline.
You
So
get
the
one of
question
those,
I have is, are you concerned
those,
that the Supreme
fans.
Court, with a Justice Barrett, will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you. That is totally legitimate.
Watching on your phone over 5G. Yeah, I've been having issue ever since I got a VPN. All of a sudden now, like, I'm waiting for it to happen this stream where, like, all of a sudden my internet will just go out. The first year and a half that we were here, never had that issue. Not maybe once, maybe twice over the year and a half where it just would go off. But now all of a sudden, you find it coincidence.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you
I
have
a
80 million ballots
Gentlemen, I have a final
sent in
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't, and already
All
there's
right,
been
so now-
fraud.
Mail service
deception.
delivers
Wait a minute, gentlemen. In the
185
final
million
question
pieces of mail a
is,
day.
in
million
8
ballots.
states, we can keep talking.
It's
in
a-
8
it's a
states,
disgrace.
election workers are prohibited, currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and
Yes.
flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks.
Could be months.
Until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the vice president, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in...
And up until Trump, this question was never asked in any of the debates we watched. I wonder why that is.
any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you
I'm
go first.
urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big...
I mean, my biggest fear is of, like, in the future with someone like Trump is that, like, you just have, like, fucking Trumpers armed to the teeth, like, sitting outside of, like, booths and stuff. That's my biggest fear.
Big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch.
Like with the mail-in ballots, it's harder to like know which mail truck has it and all that stuff. I'm just waiting for that to fucking happen. I feel like that's like what these Trumpers are gonna do next. Is like if they know they're not gonna win, is that they're just gonna start hounding like election offices and polling locations. I mean, hopefully they're not that smart enough to figure that out. I mean, clearly they couldn't even do a good coup, you know, on January 6th. So.
You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election,
them what?
I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that
from
mean,
a common sense,
does that mean you're
I'll tell
going to
you
tell
what
your
it means.
people to take to the
It means you
street?
have a fraudulent election. You're
And what are
sending
you
out
gonna do?
80
And
million
what would you
ballots.
do about that?
They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two,
Okay.
they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
You think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. We count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why was it not? Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a
but-
look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
I
and then
asked you had an opportunity to
Look at
respond.
Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what
Vice
happened.
President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to
in
see
fact,
an honest
Okay.
ballot count.
Gentlemen,
We-
you say that's the end of
Chris,
it? This is the
I
end
wanna
of this
see an
debate?
honest ballot count.
We're
And I
going to
think
leave
he
it
does
there.
too.
Cut him off. Just cut him off.
To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President
Was that the one
Mike
that was
Pence and
canceled?
Senator Kamala Harris, will debate
Yeah,
at
that was
9
the one that
p.m.
was
Eastern that
canceled
night.
'cause
We hope
Trump
you
got
watch.
COVID.
Until then, thank you and good night. Thank you.
Good job, Joe. Good job, Joe. All right, so that was that one. I think it was the longest 1 hour and a half one where it turned into almost 3 hours. What the fuck's wrong with me? Y'all need to tell me to stop pausing it so much. It's gonna be me going to bed late again on a weeknight. We did it, Joe. All right, here's the second one. Actually, let me pull up this clip. Talking about early voting and mail-in ballots. Here's a clip that is from today. I'm going to go... I think I might grab the fan and try to see about running it really low in here, and hopefully it's not too loud.
The RNC is leading the fight to help secure your vote in 2024 as well. They're fighting bad Democrat laws, putting folks on the ground to serve as poll workers and poll watchers. and engaging attorneys to monitor every step of the voting process. Go to bankyourvote.com to sign up and commit to voting early. Bankyourvote.com. We must defeat the far left at their own game, or our country will never recover from this disastrous, crooked Biden administration. Sign up at bankyourvote.com now and join the Republican effort to win big in 2024. We're going to win, and we're going to make America great again. The RNC is leading the fight to help secure your vote in 2024 as well. They're fighting bad Democrat laws, putting folks on the ground to serve as poll workers and poll watchers, and engaging attorneys to monitor every step of the voting process. Go to bankyourvote.com to sign up and commit to voting early. Bankyourvote.com. We must defeat the far left at their own game, or our country will never recover from this disastrous, crooked Biden administration. Sign up at bankyourvote.com now and join the Republican effort to win big in 2024. We're going to win, and we're going to make America great again. The RNC is leading the fight to help secure your vote in 2024 as well. They're fighting bad Democrat laws, putting folks on the ground to serve as poll workers and poll watchers, and engaging attorneys to monitor every step of the voting process. Go to bankyourvote.com to sign up and commit to voting early. Bankyourvote.com. We must defeat the far left at their own game, or our country will never recover from this disastrous, crooked Biden administration. Sign up at bankyourvote.com now and join the Republican effort to win big in 2024. We're going to win, and we're going to make America great again. The RNC is leading the fight to help secure your vote in 2024 as well. They're fighting bad Democrat laws, putting folks on the ground to serve as poll workers and poll watchers, and engaging attorneys to monitor every step of the voting process. Go to bankyourvote.com to sign up and commit to voting early. Bankyourvote.com. We must defeat the far left at their own game, or our country will never recover from this disastrous, crooked Biden administration. Sign up at bankyourvote.com now and join the Republican effort to win big in 2024. We're going to win, and we're going to make America great again. The RNC is leading the fight to help secure your vote in 2024 as well. They're fighting bad Democrat laws, putting folks on the ground to serve as poll workers and poll watchers, and engaging attorneys to monitor every step of the voting process. Go to bankyourvote.com to sign up and commit to voting early. Bankyourvote.com. We must defeat the far left at their own game, or our country will never recover from this disastrous, crooked Biden administration. Sign up at bankyourvote.com now and join the Republican effort to win big in 2024. We're going to win.
Sorry, I had to watch this a bunch. Sorry if is the fan too loud? Is the fan is the fan too loud? Sorry, I had to run the ad, you know. Trying to get my money, you know. Was the fan too loud? It's on the lowest setting. But it already feels like 10 degrees cooler with it on, so I might have to roll with it. And I got a kind of like a wet cloth here to at least cool me down a little bit more. Sorry Twitch isn't working for you, Ethan. It's a little loud. Well, maybe once we get stuff playing, it won't be too much. I'll let it run at least for like a couple minutes, though. All right, let's get this one started.
Good evening from Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden.
This one isn't as
Tonight's
good.
Debate is
Yeah, I
sponsored
don't remember
by the
too much from
Commission
this
on
one.
Presidential debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden
Is the fan drowned
and
out now?
President Donald J. Trump.
Looks like the exact same stage. I feel like it, yeah, I mean, it's the same set piece. It sucks we didn't get a town hall out of this one.
And I do want to say a very good
Sounds like
evening
Zed's
to
mic.
both
Oh, got
of
you.
This debate will cover 6
I'll try to
major
mute them in
topics.
between.
At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this?
It's so
next
scary to
stage
think
of
about
the
that,
coronavirus
like,
crisis?
16,000 people
2 minutes,
died in between these debates.
As you know, 2.2
Like,
million
16,000 people, there might have been one of those
modeled out
people
were
watching.
expected to die. We closed up the
Just morbid
greatest
to think
economy
about.
in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in
all
other
red
places.
states.
They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within
Yeah, where did he
weeks,
come up with the
and it's
stat
going
that
to
2
be
million
delivered.
people were
We
going to
have,
die?
Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that
He
I
does
had
sound a little
something
rough.
that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very
got the
fast,
best
or I
health
wouldn't
care
be
in the
here tonight.
world for
And
free.
now they say I'm immune, whether it's 4 months or
But
a
I'm not allowed
lifetime.
to get that.
Nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune.
We're not allowed to
More and
get-
more
get
people
the-
are getting better.
saying he's
We
immune,
have,
my fucking God, I don't remember
a
that.
problem that's a worldwide
Yeah, he
problem.
got
This
access
is
to the
a
best healthcare in the
worldwide
world for
problem.
free.
But
I
I've
wonder what
been
that's like.
congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators, we're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially, anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day. And there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000.
I mean, I don't believe that there's a cure. It's just that they have
now
access
and
to
the
the
end of
best
the year.
health care. They have the
We
best
just wore
equipment,
these
best
masks.
doctors.
The president's own advisors have told him.
That's
It
what
can
it
save
is.
100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe, and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have
Moderna.
numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no
I don't think we're
plan.
going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of
I was trying to look to see when the first. I'm trying to remember, when did Johnson & Johnson
would
come?
be dead right now.
I'm trying to remember when that was.
Less lethal
For
disease.
everybody, at least.
Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make.
March
That's what
2021
we've
was revealed that
done.
U.S.
We've done
attempted
all
to
of it.
convince
But
Brazil
he was
not to
way
purchase
behind
the
us.
Sputnik
Vice
5
President Biden, your
COVID-19
response.
Our
vaccine,
response
fearing
is
Russian
he is
influence.
xenophobic,
Oh
but
my
not
fucking
because
God.
he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And
China
again,
did an
I go
oral
back to
vaccine?
this.
That's
He had
interesting.
nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about, don't worry, it's all going to be over soon. Come on.
Yes,
There's
Cat,
not another
meow.
serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your
I
reaction?
say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up.
So was
I
it
don't know, he's
February for
obviously made a lot of money
2021
someplace,
for
but
Johnson
he
and
has
Johnson?
This thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the
Pfizer
way,
was
I, as
December
the president,
2020.
couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had.
Just trying to remember, it's great. It's the first time during this whole like conversations of COVID where I'm like, oh yeah, when did the vaccines come out? I don't remember.
I had to. It would be horrible.
First
to have
time where it's
canceled
actually felt
everything.
like 3
I
years
said,
ago.
This is dangerous, and you catch it. And I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals, and now I recovered. 99.9 of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a
30
question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he has never said, you said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that it came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that it came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China.
When there's people who believe that the Democrats created the vaccine to get rid of Trump.
The most part. But they didn't keep it from
Biden's doing a great job in this debate. It helps that so far they haven't been talking over one another.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming,
I think that helps too.
What happened? What did
can
the
actually
president
hear what
say?
Biden's saying.
He said, don't worry. It's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. The warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing, you're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier.
Yeah, being xenophobic is a type of racism. What?
Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly
like how you're
did.
differentiating the two.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handling
He thought
this.
I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
That's obvious.
Pop some
Do you want to
Xannies, you
respond to that
think?
quickly, Vice President
No.
Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your
think
different
it's what gets him going, for
strategies
sure,
for
sometimes.
dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic
Yeah, that didn't
and
happen. We did not shut down again. How we could have really avoided this is if we actually shut down. We didn't really shut down. We shut down like a good chunk, but not enough. If everyone actually shut down, actually, stayed home, and we found ways for people who work in grocery stores to stay home or found new ways to do that. If we actually did everything, yeah, it would have only been like a month because the COVID could not have spread. The virus couldn't have spread if everyone's just away from each other. But it was never good in the first place. And then people who did stay at home didn't want to stay home anymore.
substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus.
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country.
Maybe he's doing
his
Adderall and
ineptitude that
Xanax at
caused
the same time. Who
caused
knows?
the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap in his golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the name, but there are, look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums, do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President
Well,
Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina.
Remember
Democrats,
Cuomo?
Democrats all.
Both
they're
him
shut
and his
down
brother
so
just
tight,
disappeared.
And they're dying. They're dying.
After the whole
And he supports all
issues
these
there.
people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut
Well,
down.
I don't remember what it
We have
was.
to
I forget
open
what it
our
was.
schools.
Wasn't it like-
And it's like, as an example, I have a young son.
Well, I know
He also
his
tested
brother who worked for
positive.
CNN was like
By the
covering
time
for
I
him
spoke to the
basically,
doctor the second
and he got
time, he
fired.
was fine. It just went away. Young people. I guess
Cuomo
it's their
resigned,
immune
right?
system.
Let me follow up with you,
Misremembering?
President Trump.
But
You've
yeah,
demanded
after all
schools
that,
open
they
in person
disappeared.
and
I remember
insist they
that.
can do it
No
safely.
one's
But
heard
just
from him since.
yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the
Teachers
schools.
get paid
We
like
have to
shit,
open
and
our
now they
country.
have to go teach kids who, at this time, are all unvaccinated, because that's smart, you know, putting their lives on the line even more so.
We're not going to have a country.
We're putting their lives on the line with, you know, COVID and everything, and then putting the kids' lives on the line, just awful.
You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a
Cuomo
massive
didn't do shit in
economy.
New York. So many
are
people
losing
died.
their jobs. They're committing suicide.
He wrote a book of how
There's
great he was
depression,
responding to
alcohol,
COVID while
drugs
COVID
at a
was
level that
happening. You don't
nobody's
do
ever
that shit
seen
unless you're
before.
trying to push a
There's
narrative.
abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself.
Vice
And that's
President.
what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your
Simply
response.
not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but would they need resources to open? You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we can open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. So don't worry about it.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I
on-
will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York,
It's a good response, though. It's literally what he just said. Hey, so only not many of you will, so just play your cards right.
it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You
But you
just
could-
can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look
Vice
at what
President
New
Biden.
York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a
Actually, I mean, fuck the United States, but generally speaking, good message. Because I see a lot of liberals do this, where like, like a red state or whatever something bad will happen to them. Like whether it was, I think it was like during Ted Cruz, or when the whole like winter storm thing hit Texas, and then Ted Cruz laughed. Everyone's like, well, that's what happens when you vote red. And it's like, have some fucking decency and have some fucking respect for the people there, because like not all of them voted for Ted Cruz. Not every single one of them voted for Ted Cruz. Same goes for in general elections. Not every single person voted for Trump in Texas. It's just, I fucking hate that kind of like rhetoric. Liberals do it the most. Right wingers already just hate everybody. So,
just spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need, money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since
everyone in our
the
family
summer,
left New York, that's
and
for
nothing's
sure.
happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what
when
about...
you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed. And they're getting killed financially.
It's because they didn't actually close. That's why.
You can't let that happen. We have to
people
open
ignored
up.
it.
And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section.
Yeah, he did the
President
same
Trump,
thing in
this
the
week
Hillary debates, too, where he mentioned all the battleground states, coincidentally. It was always Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan.
called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious
he knows what he's
disease
doing with
expert,
that.
quote, a disaster.
I mean, that's where he won
Described him and
before,
other medical
so-
experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be
I forget what
a
debate it
problem.
was that we watched. I think it was in the
He's a
80s or
Democrat, but that's okay.
90s
He said
where they
this
talked
is
about
not going to be
Fauci
a
and how
problem.
great he was.
We are not going to have a problem at all.
Going
When
back
Joe
to the whole,
says
like,
that,
this is all, like,
I
scripted
said,
joke.
Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many
The
others.
writers
and
were
I'm not
cooking back in the
knocking him a
in
lot.
the
Nobody
80s there.
knew. Look, nobody
Setting
knew
up
what this
Fauci
thing
for
was.
the long
Nobody
haul.
knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes.
Yeah, no
He
tests,
happens to be
no
a good
cases.
person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air.
I remember first hearing about COVID in December of 2019,
than the flu.
watching it on the news,
He
talking
went
about
on
China,
record and said
about
to
possibly closing
one
down.
of your colleagues recorded that, in fact, he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us. Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we find out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're
The
going
Wall
to
Street
move
one,
on.
I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it.
I haven't.
You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money.
They're
And
both
every
from
time
Wall
you raise
Street,
money,
dude.
Deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money as president and as somebody that knows most of those people. I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty
I could
of
blow
money. In
you
fact,
right now. You
we'd
wouldn't
beat
even be able.
Hillary
What are you
Clinton
going to do?
with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able
All
to.
right, gentlemen, we're going to
Don't
move
tell
on.
me about Wall
average
Street.
contribution
Blow 'em away,
$43.
Trump.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have a...
That's a good question. She brings up like breaking news overnight. What if there was some crazy breaking news while the president's doing a debate like this? Does he do they call the debate and let them do that? Fucked up scenario, but what if there was another 9/11, that level of shit going down while the president's on this stage here? Do they pull him on? What do you think they do? Do they have someone else deal with it? Do they wait?
Obtained U.S. voter registration information.
In the age of Twitter and shit, though, I feel like they would know though, so quick. Twitter would fucking know before the president probably would.
Officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question.
That's when Twitter goes away, the breaking news.
What would you do to put an end to this
life
threat?
will be
2 minutes
different.
I made it clear. And
Sorry,
I asked everyone
X
else
or
to
whatever
take
the fuck
pledge.
it's called now.
I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly
What if the
clear.
Ukraine
This
invasion
election,
happened
I
during
won't
debate?
even get into the last one. This election.
Yeah, something like
Russia
that.
has
I wonder
been
what would
involved.
do.
China's been
If they
involved
have
to some degree, and now we
contingency
learn
plans
that,
or not.
that Iran is involved. They will pay a price.
Would
if
Pence
I'm elected.
take over
They're
in this
interfering with
situation?
American sovereignty. That's what's going on.
Is he picking
right
up the
now.
shift,
They're
you know?
interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it.
What if the
I don't
Will
think
Smith
he's stalking them a lot.
slap
I don't think he
happened
said
during
a
this
word.
debate?
I don't
Yeah,
know why
what
he
if?
hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't
Just
know
went up
what
there
he
and
has
slapped
recently said,
Biden.
if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken. with
Get the
regard to
president's
Iranians.
name
But the
out
point
of
is
your
this,
mouth.
folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign company.
That was what,
countries trying to interfere in the
2021?
outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, well, I won't, I shouldn't, well, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn.
Yeah, fuck Rudy
He's being
Giuliani.
fed
Why would you
information
hesitate?
That is Russian, that
Who
is
likes
not true.
Rudy Giuliani
And then
in
what
2020?
happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this
Will Smith was
president is
2022?
unwilling
Really?
to take on Putin when he's actually
Thought it was like fall of
paying bounties
2021.
to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan.
Rudy,
when he's engaged
Rudy,
in activities
Rudy,
that are
Rudy,
trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but
Rudy,
it's worth
Rudy.
asking the question. Why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
Remember when Rudy
President
Giuliani
Trump,
started
same question to you. Let me
Borat
ask
2?
the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there
remember.
has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife. And you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million. And, you know, someday you're going to have to explain, why did you get 3.5? I never got any money from Russia.
I
don't
feel
get money
like
from
Trump
Russia.
would win the
Now,
trial by
about your
combat.
thing last
It'd be
night,
actually
I
a
know all
pretty
about
awful
that.
fight.
And through John,
Like if they actually did a
who's-
fight, I feel like it
John
would
Ratcliffe,
not be
who's
entertaining.
fantastic, DNA.
It'd be like pretty sad, I feel like.
The one thing that's common to both of them.
They probably would just
they both
flail their
want you
arms,
to
but
lose.
Trump
Because
has a little
there
bit more
been nobody
mass, so I think
tougher
he
to
would just
Russia.
win on that regard.
Between the sanctions, nobody.
The only way
tougher
Biden
than me
wins
on
is if he
Russia.
somehow
Between the
outlasts
sanctions,
Trump, and then Trump
between
just
all of
collapses
what I've done with NATO. You know, I've got
from
the
having to
NATO
do any
countries
sort
to
of
put up
physical
an
activity for
extra
more than 30 minutes.
$130 billion going to $420
But I'm worried
billion
Biden would
a
just
year.
like,
That's
if
to
he
guard
took one
against
hit,
Russia.
that'd be
I
it.
sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody.
I feel like he took a
tougher
really bad hit,
on Russia
Biden would be
than
done.
Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad.
But I
They
still think it
took
would be like
over
just a really
the submarine
ugly,
port.
boring
You
fight
remember
if
that
they
very
fought,
well.
like in like a
During
boxing ring
your
or something, or
term,
MMA style.
During you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your
Trying
family.
to do the Hillary thing ain't
And
gonna
Joe,
work.
You were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe
Regardless of
right
my
now.
Issues.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30
straight
seconds.
here.
And then I do want to follow
Yeah,
up
see,
on the
they're
election.
building the
I
script,
have not
folks. See,
taken a penny
this is
from-
the script writers right here. They're like building up the lore to be like, man, Ukraine's pretty random. Hunter Biden never heard of this man until this thing. It's like it's all set up because they want to do further episodes down the line. Yeah, the script writers.
Any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president
Since
paid
Obama,
50
the
times
writers
the
have
tax
been really
in
good.
China,
It's really
has a
great.
secret bank account with China.
They must have got new
does
writers or
business
something.
in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president. I have released all of my tax returns.
Check his Cash App.
22 years. Go look at
Show me the receipts,
22
make
years
sure.
of my tax return. You have not
Hunter
released a
Biden
single
2032?
solitary year of your
I think
tax
he can
return.
run now.
What
No,
are you
can he?
hiding? Why are you?
Why
unwilling?
2032? Why
Foreign
is-
countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot.
think that's when
China's
I
paying
can
you a
run,
lot.
technically,
And your
2032.
hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new
'Cause
road.
what's the
to a
age
new
again?
a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release
Was it
your tax
36
return or
or
stop
something?
talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last
You can't
number of years.
prepay your tax.
Tens
It's not
of
a thing.
millions of dollars I prepaid.
How do you prepay? You can't prepay when you don't know your income. That doesn't make any fucking sense. How does anyone believe this shit? It doesn't make any sense. Can I prepay my taxes? Can I just guess? I just prepay?
Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell you
told
when
you
you
that.
could release
Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written.
No
whenever
one
they
told
write
me
this. They
that
keep
either.
talking about
Then I think you have an issue.
$750, which I think is a filing
you got
fee.
scammed.
Let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know. Maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think.
You're the little man and the
Your
big
son said
man.
we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions
I have to
about all of this,
respond to
but
that.
I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant
Yes.
about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you
As
have
soon
a
as the audit is
deadline for
finished.
when you're going to release
Which
them?
will be
I get
after
treated
People?
worse than
the
the Tea
election.
Party got treated. Because
you
I have a
don't
lot
have
of
a time.
people in
Oh,
there.
Tea Party,
deep
call
down
back,
in the
call back.
IRS, they treat me horribly. We made
The
a
original
deal, it was all
MAGA,
settled
Tea
until I
Party.
decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign
Can you
entanglements
prepay your
and questions
taxes?
that
I
have
wanna
been
know.
raised, to give you both a chance to
There's
talk
no way
about
that's a
this
thing.
more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around.
Corporations generally have to make
You're gonna release
estimated
your
tax
taxes.
payments if they
Nobody
expect to
knows,
owe
Mr.
tax of
President. What they do
$500 or
know
more.
Is you're not paying your taxes, or you're
Okay, so I
paying
guess it's a
taxes
thing.
that are
I
so
still don't
low.
believe him,
When last time he
but-
said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on, folks.
Very
So
quickly, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both
Yeah,
of you.
now the countries are being
I was
mentioned.
put
Coincidence?
through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It
The Biden look up of this man.
started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the
Mueller and
place
18
spent $48 million.
angry
They
Democrats.
went
That sounds
through
like a kid's
everything I
book or
had,
something.
including my tax returns, and they found absolutely
Mueller
no
and the
collusion
18
and nothing wrong.
dangerous
48 million.
Democrats.
I guarantee you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong because
All
the
right.
kind of
Then why don't you
things
do
that
it? Sounds like you're losing, dude. You're not playing to win. That's why you lost. You didn't put that $1 million in to find the dirt.
you've done and the kind of money
Playing to lose,
that
Trump.
your family has taken. I
Bad
mean, your
move.
brother made money in Iraq. Millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned.
There is this guy. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's an up and comer. His name's Zelensky. I don't know if you heard of him, but me and him go way back.
Burisma, a company.
If you
that
name drop
somehow I had
Zelensky,
done
that'd be
something wrong.
crazy.
Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had the only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
Never
President
to
Trump,
deal with
let me
China.
let me
By the
ask
way,
my question to you.
But
and
could
then
I just
you'll-
one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. 183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy
I'm going to let the vice president
That's
respond to that quickly,
100%
and then I need to get to a
dishonest.
question to you. Very
No
quickly, Mr.
basis for
Vice
that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad.
It is pretty crazy
Well,
that
this
of
week,
all countries,
this
it's
reference
Ukraine,
does
though.
indicate
It is
that
pretty
your
crazy.
company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business.
I'm a good capitalist.
The bank
That's
account
what you
you're
gotta
referring
do.
to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013.
Great
That's
year.
when it was.
Great
It
year.
was opened it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Should I get
And then,
a
unlike
Chinese
him,
bank
where
account?
he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even
do you think I need
ran
like a
for
certain amount of money
president,
though to do that?
let alone became president. Big difference.
can I put like $1
He is the
in
vice
some
president
Chinese
of the
bank?
United States, and his son, his
A high
brother,
interest
and his other
savings
brother
account?
are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking
Okay,
up money every
President Trump,
place he
thank you.
goes.
We do
Not
need to
true.
move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly.
Let's do it.
Of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international
We'll
rules.
nuke China.
Not like he
After
has done.
watching
He
Oppenheimer, I'm
has
inspired.
caused the
We're going to nuke
deficit of
China.
China to go up, not down.
Manhattan
With China.
Project 2.
Up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to
Biden
give
is a
all
vacuum
your
cleaner
intellectual
sucking up
property.
money.
You have to have a partner
He's
in
the-
China that's 51%.
he's the
We would
vacuum
not
from
do that at all,
Teletubbies.
number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi When I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it, and that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay. Very quickly, and then
His
we're
son
going to move on
walked
to
out
North
with $1.5
Korea.
billion from China to
Not
manage after
true.
spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what
No, but wait a
specifically are
minute.
you going to do? What specifically are you going
Now I'm
to
gonna
do to make
think of
China
Biden as
pay? You
the
said you're gonna
vacuum.
First of
make
all,
them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just
See
gave
my new
$28
Steam
billion.
profile. No, you
You
can't. You
said
can't
since-
change
I just gave $28 billion.
Clifford the Big
to our
Blue Dog.
farmers.
That's iconic.
Taxpayers'
China,
money.
You got a good one there.
what?
You don't want a problem like
Taxpayers'
me
money.
where I have to change
No,
mine
yeah,
every
I know
like
the
couple
taxpayers.
years because I
It's
can't
called
find anything
China.
good.
China paid
true.
$28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also,
Biden's really
I charged
anti-China,
them
you know. He
25%
shot down their
on
balloon.
dumped
He didn't return
steel
it back.
because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel
Okay,
industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
Our response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey.
If the Ukraine war didn't
There's a reason
happen,
for
the
it.
Democrats
He doesn't want to talk about
would have
the
loved.
the
Well, not
substantive
just the
issues.
Democrats.
It's not about his family.
The
and
government
my
would
family.
love
It's about your family.
a war in
And
Taiwan.
your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now.
We just cannot
You're sitting at the kitchen table this
be
morning
involved in a
deciding,
war, you
well,
know?
we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making. In the middle-class families like I grew
What a
up in Japan
hypothetical
with
he
my
just made
mom.
in his head there.
They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he
They
wants
talked
to talk
about Chinese
wanna
tires
say-
like
I
in
wanna
the Mitt
talk
Romney
about
debate
North
too.
Korea.
I think.
I
Just
do
for
want to
1 second,
turn to
please.
10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk
I'm
about
not
North
a typical
Korea now.
politician.
Okay,
That's why I
Yeah,
got
clearly.
elected. That
Let's
was,
talk
let's
about-
get off the subject of China. Let's talk around, sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader.
I mean, the
Kim Jong-un
COVID conversation
3
really
times.
stopped
You've
once
talked about your
Biden took
beautiful
power.
letters with him.
Let's be
You've
real.
touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test, and yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with
15 minutes.
is North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear
No
war.
way
And
he
he does
said
have
that.
plenty of nuclear
No way
capability.
Obama said-
In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him.
So
Different kind of a
about
guy, but he
having a
probably
nuclear
thinks the
war
same
with
thing
North
about me.
Korea. No
We have
way.
a
I
different
don't
kind of
believe
a
that.
relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain
Yeah, I guess you're
area.
right
They
with
said, oh, there's
Omicron
gonna be
and
trouble. I
Delta,
said,
but-
no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was
I meant
right.
just like the
Look,
narrative
instead of
of
being in a war where
COVID.
millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away. Millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul.
Like the
Millions of
the narrative
people
was a
would
little
be
different
dead
under
right now.
Trump.
President
We
Trump,
don't have a
that's
war,
30
and I have a
seconds.
good
Thank you.
relationship.
Vice President
Maybe I
Biden,
shouldn't even
to
say
you, North
media.
Korea
I feel like a lot
conducted
of
4 nuclear
Biden
tests under
fans,
the Obama
you
administration.
know.
Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent
Biden
threat?
fans
Because I'd make it
changed
clear,
the
which we
narrative
made it
about
clear to
COVID,
China,
I should
they had
say.
to be part of the deal because here's the I made it clear and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like it. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I
know
got to
for
give him a
fact they
chance to
tried.
respond to that.
He
before
He didn't
we
like
move on.
it.
Obama.
And that's okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have
leaders
to move
of other
on, 'cause
countries
we have
is
a lot
a
of
good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get
Yes,
to.
not
That's
Your
a
like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe.
I mean, true though, and a lot of American corporations also had a great relationship with Hitler, Franco in Spain, Mussolini. Yeah, we also may have known that there was some genocide happening, and we didn't want to get involved, and did we also have neo-Nazi parties or Nazi parties in the U.S.? Yes. Do you think the North Korea Trump meeting was good? I mean, I guess. I mean, I am not, in terms of like international stuff, I think most of the time we create our own enemies by either like finding ways to do that, by like whether that's a president or the media saying like this country's a problem or whatever. I don't know. I think the whole North Korea thing's overblown. Hot take.
Come
But,
on. The reason
Like,
he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about
and in a country that us specifically having 3,000 whatever nuclear warheads, telling other countries that they can't have nuclear warheads is just funny to me. Not that doesn't mean I want North Korea to have a nuclear warhead, but I just think it's funny that we go around telling people what other countries what they can and can't do, when we're the only country to bomb another country with nukes twice, and we go around being the watchdog about nuclear weapons. I don't know.
denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you, and we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you.
If that made sense. But yeah, I don't really buy into all the like it always comes from a place of either xenophobia or just like capitalist competition rhetoric of like, we need to be number one in the world, blah, 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 blah. It's like, I don't care. I just want healthcare. I want a future that won't be destroyed by climate change, I want all the animals to be happy. I want housing for everybody. Those are the things I care about. So
That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And
let's
it didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk about
He left
American
me a
families.
mess.
would you say Trump's foreign policy was better than Biden's foreign policy? I think it's just American foreign policy sucks because we just pretend that we're the police.
Kristen,
President Trump. Okay, we do
they
need to
left
move on.
me a
Or should you
mess.
say I pretend we are the police, because we will go into nations and force them to give us the resources, whether it's oil, change their governments, whether by force or by backing different groups in the region.
North
So-
Korea was a mess.
We
and
need
in fact,
to
if
move on
you
so that
remember
we
the
can
first
get to
2
all
or
of our
3
other
months,
questions tonight.
I think Russia was going to invade Ukraine inevitably. After Crimea, I think that was a test to see if they can get away with it. See how the America would respond and NATO would respond. I just think I don't know if Trump in power would have necessarily changed anything specifically. I think maybe it'd be a little bit more diplomatic, maybe, because he is buddy a little bit more with Putin, but I don't know.
there was a
President
very
Trump.
dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was they left us a mess, and Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett,
Yay.
and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do
What is the individual
a much
mandate?
better health.
I think I have a general knowledge of it, but let's just look it up because I'm not confident. I think it's... Oops. Like what that is. The individual mandates provision within the Affordable Care Act that require individuals to purchase minimum essential coverage or face a tax penalty. Oh yeah. So basically meaning that, like, if let's say you're unemployed, this is usually where this comes in, that you have to get health care through either the government or through some other way of means, getting the minimum essential coverage, or you'll get a tax penalty when you have to do your taxes. So there's some people, I know a lot of like Twitch streamers, for example, don't have health care, so they just pay the tax penalty at the end of the year. That's one thing that was added into the Obamacare to kind of like force people a little bit to either pick up Obamacare or do get it through their job or their employer. But for unemployed people, this is where it gets kind of shitty. But usually you have like a certain time window where you're supposed to get it. I think after you're unemployed, your previous employer, if you had health insurance through your previous employer, I think it's 30 days.
Healthcare, much better, will always protect people.
Until the end of the month or something like that.
So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time, and I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care, far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful.
No one loves their health care. I've not met one person who says, I love my health care. No one does.
180 million people, families. Under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine, he won't even have a choice, they want to terminate 180 million plans.
Yeah, I don't think there's been too many changes in healthcare. I mean, if you're including the Roe v. Wade overturning, then if anything, healthcare has definitely gone backwards.
Yes, this is for you. Your healthcare plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option. It'll become Biden care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not
Do you notice how, like, all of them are like Romney care, Obamacare, Biden care, and then our boy Bernie Sanders was like, just call it Medicare for all. I don't need my name attached to it. That's called being humble, Joe.
Have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I did not.
It really was only just Bernie, though. I think only maybe Elizabeth. I don't remember if Elizabeth Warren was really Medicare for all anymore in 2020. I think she was still. But Bernie was the biggest one. But yeah, there wasn't 20 people against you who were Medicare for all.
Not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing
Pete
conditions.
Buttigieg is going to run
None.
again.
Zero. You can't
in
do it in the
2020.
ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response to
I say it's ridiculous. It's like saying that, the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think health care is not a privilege, it's a right.
Socialism is when you
right
get
to have affordable health care.
Health care from the government.
And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as a whole range of other people who, in fact, are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance your company's gone under? We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it.
I wish. That is not true at all.
Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like you went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking.
Out of all the 20 candidates, Kamala Harris was definitely one of the lowest ones. She didn't get one freaking vote. She didn't get one vote. No one liked her. No one liked her.
We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania.
Amy Klobuchar was more popular.
After he gets a nomination, where
Pete Buttigieg was more popular. Think about that.
He got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania, and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way,
we're going to do big fracking.
Very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way,
but somebody should ask the question.
You can ask.
He goes for a year. There will be fracking.
We have a number of topics we're going to get to.
That's a big question.
We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized medicine.
I have to respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care. Period.
Get my bus.
Period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Kristen, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening on
public
Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine, and when he and healthcare. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare, totally destroyed, and destroying your Social Security, and this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They wanted to make it work.
Okay,
It
let's let Vice President
impossible
Biden
to work.
respond.
It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden,
a very
your
confused
response.
guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden.
Oh no, bro. You were fucking dead in the water until Obama made some calls, told Pete, told Amy, and told other folks to drop out and support you right before Super Tuesday because they saw Bernie was winning. Bernie was crushing it. And y'all were scared. Y'all were scared. Obama made some calls and told Pete, listen, you're a young guy, all right? Biden's going to be dead in 20 years, so let him have his moment, okay? Let him have his moment. Pete, you'll get yours. 2028. Amy, you'll get yours. 2028. All right? We can't let this Bernie guy win. Come on. He's too divisive. Despite half his policies being popular, generally speaking, with Americans than Joe Biden. But come on. Biden will cater to the right-wingers. All right? The libs. Think about the libs. Give me a break, Joe.
He's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut
Are we fucked,
Medicare.
then? Are we fucked?
No, I mean, the
Can
idea
I not retire
that
now?
Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and
I think we're
Medicare?
fucked.
Come on.
2023, we're
10
fucked.
seconds,
He
Mr.
tried to hurt
President, and then I
Social
have to go to
Security
another
years
question.
ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All
One
right,
thing,
let's move
but
on.
this
I'm
is
going to
the
move
guy
on.
that when they announced
Mr. President, I have to move
last
on
week,
to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
going to have
will
time
boom
to talk about it.
if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay,
Who gives a
let's
fuck?
move on to the
Analysts are
next
saying
question.
that.
Fuck the
Very
stock
quickly.
market.
Look,
Fuck the stock market. I
the
hope it
idea
crashes.
that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton,
Back in the day, your 401k was actually a bank, and then they started putting it into the stock market. Just fantastic idea. So just everyone's retirement's tied to the stock market. Just great capitalism.
and Claymont, that people don't live off of the stock market.
Makes it harder for us to, do things like general strike or whatever, or try to challenge the system, because they'll be like, hey, that means we won't be able to retire.
Just in the last three
Gotta support
years
the stock
during
market.
this crisis, the billionaires in
played,
this country
dude.
made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more. $700 billion more, because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to
Kristen,
move on, gentlemen.
401ks are through the roof.
We're gonna
People's
move on.
stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on to
and
the
he
next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything
13%.
because she'd love to have some victories.
So
on a date
it was around
called November
7%.
3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget,
Unemployment
we've
rate.
already approved 3 plans.
And we've
it's
talked
gone
about
through,
we've talked about
including the
poverty.
Democrats, in all fairness.
We've talked about poverty
This one
rate
she
and how
doesn't want.
poverty rate
She's
really
the
isn't a
election
great
because she thinks it helps her
statistic,
politically.
because
I think it hurts
what
her.
the government
All right,
thinks
Mr.
poverty
Vice
is
President,
isn't even close
In the United States
to
Senate said he
what
can't
poverty
pass
really
it.
is in this
He
country.
will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes.
Yeah, Pennsylvania
Why
did
he
vote for
talking to
Biden,
his
too, yeah.
Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President.
we made a
Biden,
deal, the
because
Republicans
let me
will
ask
pass
Vice
it.
President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets, so then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt.
McConnell?
Let them go bankrupt.
Relevant.
Come on. What's the matter
The
with
bill
these
that was
guys?
passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of
They're already,
them.
I mean,
This was a way of
we're going to
spending
have
on
more
things that had
immigrants with
nothing to
climate
do
change
with
affecting
COVID,
the
as
global
per your
South.
question. But it was really a big bailout.
And I can't wait for
for
more
badly
racism
run
and
Democrat
xenophobia.
cities and states.
All right,
By
I
the way,
want
if
to.
I get
the
elected,
coming
I'm not gonna-
decades.
I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And
Hoorah.
folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders.
Oh, no, not cops.
Because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about
Oh, this will be
struggling
good.
small
I can't wait to hear
businesses
this.
and business owners these days.
'Cause I
Do
don't-
you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal
Right.
minimum
I
wage.
do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail
And really been no push for $15 minimum wage since he took office. However, I saw it today. I think it was Bernie Sanders push for a $17 minimum wage today with a bunch of Democrats, a couple Democrats. Yeah. So there was one in 2021. Okay. I don't remember. I just remember, like, at least the conversation around it kind of died. $15 minimum wage initiative failed in 2021. Democrats are trying to raise the wage act. The restaurant industry does not approve the tip credit elimination. Of course. Raise the federal minimum wage to $17 by 2028. I still think that's not even good enough. By 2028, $17 will be $7.25 basically. Won't be jack shit. But at least I guess they're trying something finally. But, oh yes, that's right. $15 federal minimum wage was really part of Biden's COVID relief plan. But it failed. They tried to do it in 2019 as well, but failed. Classic.
them out, too.
So
We should be bailing them out now.
But I just feel like he doesn't talk about it anymore, you know?
Those
That's my
small
main
businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under.
Even with
They're not gonna be
the
able to make it back.
$17 an
They passed
hour
a
bill being
package that
proposed. I
allows
haven't
us
heard
to be able to call PPP.
Biden talk about it.
Money is supposed to go to help them do
on his Twitter, it's just been like how great the economy is, how many jobs we've created.
everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely.
But I hope it passes.
Schools, how they
I doubt
can
it,
make
though.
classrooms smaller, how they can hire
know if
more
they have the
teachers, how
numbers.
they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. Is not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to
Excuse me,
immigration,
one thing very
but I
quickly.
want
He
to
said
get
we
your
have to help
reaction.
our small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping.
But-
I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very
we have
recently-
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses.
You
How
said-
are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very
Not true,
recently you would
by the way.
consider raising the federal minimum
it.
wage to $15
Say
an
it.
hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to
what I
$15 an hour.
really
Is that
like-
still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent, but
In a
what I
second
really
administration?
like, in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business.
It's either for it
should
or
be a
against
state
it.
option.
What?
Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would be
Okay, President
ruinous.
Trump, thank you. Quick response, Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make
He
it.
clapped.
What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15.
Yeah, we looked at this
Anything
before,
below that
but-
puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage,
Here's what they
businesses go out of
consider
business.
being in
That is
poverty is
simply
if you make
not true.
14
We're going to talk about
Also,
immigration. We're going to talk about
14K
immigration
a
now,
year.
gentlemen. And
If
we're
you're
gonna
one
talk about
person in one
families within
household, they
this
think if
context.
you make
Mr. President, your
14,000 a year,
administration separated children from
that's
their parents at
considered
the border.
poverty. If you make
At least
above that, you're not
4,000 kids.
considered in poverty.
You've
That
since
is crazy
reversed
to
your
me.
zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't
Considering
locate
the average
parents
rent
of more than 500 children.
in this
So how
country
will
is
these
like
families ever be
1,200.
reunited?
Children
You barely have
are
enough to
here
just make housing.
by coyotes and lots of bad people.
That's if you find
cartels, and they're
1,200
brought here,
rent.
and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through
But
merit.
how will you
But let
reunite
me
these
just tell
kids
you,
with their
Let me just
families,
tell you,
Mr.
they
President?
built cages. You know, they used to say, "I built the cages," and then they had a picture.
I think median rent's going down, though.
Newspaper. And it was a picture of these horrible cages.
Hey.
And they said, look at
At least
these
according to
cages.
this, but I don't-
President Trump built them. And then it was determined.
Not here
they
in
were
Denver,
built.
that's for sure.
In 2014, that was him.
Do you
They
have a
built
plan to
cages.
reunite the kids
Yes,
with
we're
their
working on
families?
it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring
Yeah,
you
what is
into
this? Yeah, around
conversation. Quick
$1,300
response and another
average
question.
rent right
There's
now.
500 plus kids.
So yeah, this is
came
barely
with
enough to even afford
parents.
housing, let alone
They
a
separated
car,
them at the border
gas,
to make it a disincentive to come to begin
1360.
with.
Yeah,
Real tough. We're really strong. And
So the
guess
poverty
what?
line
They
is-
cannot. It's not
when they're
coyotes
like,
didn't
yeah,
bring
we've
them over. Their
reduced the amount of
parents
people in the
were with
poverty
them.
line. It's
They got
like
separated from their parents.
poverty line was
And it makes us
already
a
so
laughing
low
stock and
of
violates
a
every
bar.
notion of who we are as a nation.
To
Let me
me,
ask
you need to be
a
making
question.
at
They
least
did it.
$50,000
We
a
changed
year.
the policy.
Your
I feel like
response
to,
to that?
as one person
We
to
did not
They built the
separate
cages.
to really like
They-
Who built
live.
the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking about.
cages,
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped. Their kids were
The only
ripped
way it
from
goes
their
down
arms
is if the
and
housing
separated.
crisis,
And now they
housing
cannot
market,
find over
crashes, we get another
500
housing
sets
crisis.
of those parents, and those kids are alone.
thank God our rent
Nowhere to
didn't
go.
go up
Nowhere to go.
for a second time. I
It's
thought for sure it
criminal.
was going to. It's still at
It's criminal.
1,700,
Let
which
me
is
ask you
crazy
about
here in
this. They
10
went
Denver.
down.
seconds,
We
and then
brought
I need to ask
reporters,
you.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some
and
of them
gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with their
just ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy.
Yeah, right. About the cages. Remember that? Remember that conversation? Yeah, nothing's changed with ICE under Biden.
Mr. Vice President, the Obama administration did
We
fail
don't
to
care
deliver
anymore.
immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family
Democrats aren't
detentions at the
taking
border
photo
before
ops at the
changing course.
border anymore.
So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear.
You were taking credit for
In
stuff under
100 days,
Obama,
I'm
but then
gonna
you're like,
send to
nah,
the
not
United States
under
Congress
Obama now.
Pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people.
Yeah, both were
And
bad.
all of those
America's
so-called
awful with
dreamers,
deportations.
those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy, and they want to do that, is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River, and it's illegal. And you say, oh, no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
President
Kristen,
Trump,
he
your
had
reaction.
8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president.
No,
He
they're still
did
doing
nothing.
They're still
except
doing.
build
ICE is still the
cages
same.
to
There's
keep
still
children in.
issues at the border.
President
There's still
Brown, your
cages.
response.
The same
The
shit
catch
is
and
there.
release. You know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had
Still doing the same
family
shit.
came across and they were arrested, they in fact were
Like I
given a
said, they're
date
just
to
not
show
doing.
up for a
The
hearing.
Democrats aren't just
They
doing
were
photo
released.
ops anymore
And
at
guess
the
what?
border.
They showed up for a hearing.
That's the difference.
This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States
Yeah,
and you
Kamala
make
said
your
do not
case
come, and
that
I guess
I
that
seek
works.
asylum based
No
on
one's
the
coming
following-
anymore.
On the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
So
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It
on.
just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in,
Here
a
comes
very
the
bad person would
racism,
come
yeah.
in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay,
But they're
President
very,
Trump, let's
very
give
few.
Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on
But we don't have to
the
worry
next
about it because they
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about it
Let's
anymore.
move on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do.
And that's why we're giving them more money,
My
baby.
daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, yes, yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America. And we have always...
So if you believe that, once again, if you believe that, why would you give more money to police? How does funding an institution that is racist make it unracist? Tell me. That didn't make any sense to me.
We said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold the...
Here, people who normally shoot black people, here's some money for you to get better training to not shoot them. Oh, you like to shoot them? Oh. Huh. Oh, you like beating up homeless people? Oh. Well, here's some money to, like, pretend you changed.
These truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. But guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it. But we've all
When things like the
constantly
Los
been moving the
Angeles
needle further and
police
further
department where they have
to
gangs
inclusion,
and shit.
not exclusion. This is the first
The
president
league
to
could
come
go look
along
that
and
up.
says that's the end of that. We're not
Where
gonna
they
do
have
that
gangs and
anymore.
shit.
We have to
Just
provide
giving them more
for
money will
economic
help.
opportunity,
Right.
better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access
When the judicial
to
system will always
opportunity
let
to
them
borrow
get away
money
with
to
it,
start businesses.
most times than
All
not.
the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear
Money isn't
plan
gonna change
as
that.
to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump.
Here's your
same question
capitalist
to you, and
thinking,
let
your
me
neoliberalism right there of just like, it's all about giving the ability for you to make more money. It's like, no, maybe I just don't want to get killed.
remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47.
Because I go back to this. If money was the answer to stop police from being racist and killing people, beating up people, inflicting violence on behalf of the state, then places like New York wouldn't have any of these issues. But they do. Like I said earlier, the police departments in like New York City, Los Angeles, all the big cities especially, get more money and funding than some militaries in fucking other countries.
7 years, he never did a thing.
Thanks for the
except
follow,
in
appreciate it.
1994, when he did such harm to the black community, and they were called, and he called them super predators, and he said that. He said it, super predators, and they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with
New York
the
City's my neck of the
exception
woods.
of Abraham
Sick.
Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception.
I'm
of
from
Abraham Lincoln,
upstate New York,
nobody
so
has
not
done
the same.
What I've done, criminal justice
But you know what I mean.
reform. Obama and
Former New Yorker.
Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done.
Surprisingly,
it's
I've only
not a
been to New
pretty
York City
picture.
like
And everybody
3 or
knows
4
it,
times in
including
my
some
life.
very liberal people that
I still don't
cried in
understand
my
where
office.
everything
They
is. I
cried
have
in
an
the
idea of
Oval
where
Office.
Manhattan
2
is.
weeks later, they're out saying, "Gee, we have
But
to
we
defeat
have
him."
one of my buddies in
Criminal
chat here
justice
earlier.
reform,
He's from Long
prison
Island.
reform, opportunity
And I'm like, I
zones
think I
for
know where
Tim
that is,
Scott, a great
but I don't know.
senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were
Yeah, I just
great.
never really
They
had the
came into
opportunity to go to
office
New York City. It was like
and
too
they
far of a
said- I
drive
said,
and
"What are you
whatnot.
doing?" After 3 years, I said, "Why do you keep coming
Because we were in
back?"
like Rochester, New
Because we
York,
have
so
no funding. I said,
that's
"You don't
like
have to come back
6-ish
every year.
hours
You
away.
have to come back because President Obama
And I
would
lived in
never
Baltimore
give
for
them
4 years,
long-term
and like
funding.
we always talked
And
about
I
taking a
did.
train to
10-year
New York City for a
long-term
weekend, and
funding,
for whatever
and I gave
reason,
them
like it
more
was
money
too
than
convenient
they
that
asked
we
for
never
because
did
they
it.
said, "I think you
And
need
I live in
more."
Denver, so
And I said, the only bad part about this is I may
One
never
day.
see you again.
One day I wanna really,
because
like,
got very
explore
friendly with them,
New York
and
City.
they like me and I like them. But I saved it.
like I want to go to like Queens and shit.
Colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice
My
President.
response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is a guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he
This is
continued to
true?
push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were.
You Biden fan, Trump fan, someone else. I am a fan of nobody. I am. I don't like. I talked about it before, but like, not a big label guy, but yeah, I'm anti-capitalist. So like, none of these people are really gonna ever promote any of those things. So, but obviously I'm left leaning. So like people like Trump do not want. Yeah, I'm an anarchist, communist, whatever. All your favorite
None
terms.
of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and
Yeah,
talk
Trump's
about
always been stop and frisk.
granted,
Yeah.
he did in fact let 20 people. He commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their
Sorry,
state
my dog
laws
is freaking
to
out. Hold
eliminate
up.
minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am, you know who he is, you know his character, you know my character, you know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up. Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up
questions. If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true,
he's like on alert. My dog is like on alert for whatever reason.
Give me the stuff
he barks
about
at the
how you're
same
this
20
innocent
things
baby.
outside of our
They're
apartment.
calling you
Car.
a corrupt politician.
Nobody's
neighbor.
Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race.
Different
we're
car.
talking about the issue.
Laptop from hell.
President Trump, we're
Nobody.
talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race.
I feel like Trump
President
actually
Trump,
ran because of that one time Obama made fun of
Very
Trump at a presidential dinner.
Former
Maybe,
national
but
intelligence folks
I feel like he would have
who
said that.
said that what he's accusing me of.
I think he ran mostly because
they have said that this has all the.
he was just
five
finding
former
ways
heads
to
of the CIA,
get more
both
money. He's a
parties
businessman.
say what he's saying is
And he has a huge
garbage.
ego, so I think that's mostly
Nobody
it.
believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And
You
that's
gotta
exactly
be-
what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly
going?
what.
This
was
is
told.
where he's going. The laptop is Russia,
Yes.
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You
okay?
have to be kidding. Here we
Did
go
he say it?
again
Did I
with
miss it?
Russia.
We're going to continue on the issue of
Yeah,
race.
I mean,
Mr.
hey-
President,
believe
you've
that one.
described.
I mean, he also says stuff sometimes where I think just to get the vote. You know what I mean? Like the people who don't like Trump or Obama and Biden, they're like, oh, they hear that, they're like, yes, I love it.
The Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing
Jarek, you are not
to
a
climate
mid-left
of hate and
capitalist.
racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were
That's a
marching down the
hilarious
street.
thing to say.
And
That's
that
a good
was
one.
my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was
Yeah,
a
I mean, I feel like
terrible
he's
thing.
thought about
As
running in the
far
past.
as,
I mean,
my relationships
he's always been
with
involved in
all
politics.
people.
That's
I
the
think I
thing.
have great relationships.
It's not like he came out
with
of
all
completely
people.
nowhere, you know?
I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are
In this entire room, that is crazy.
concerned by that?
Crazy thing to
rhetoric
say.
I
and
don't know.
by
I mean, I
the
don't know
videos?
what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me
I like
ask
how he has to look around at the audience to determine whether or not he's less racist.
ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys. Last time we were on
Poor
stage,
boys.
he said,
Oh, Biden, it's the Proud Boys. Come on.
Tell him to stand
Good. Call them the poor boys,
down,
whatever.
stand ready.
Fuck 'em.
Come on. This guy is a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up question.
He made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
You said
where
you're
did that-
Abraham
No,
Lincoln.
where did that? No.
You said-
I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm
I
saying-
didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln.
Trump. It's not true, right? But if that was true, that's so fucked up that we went from finally getting rid of slavery to like Trump. Are you kidding me? That's pretty bad.
Has anybody done what I've done for the black
That's pretty bad.
community? Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put
Oh, God.
tens of thousands of black men, mostly, in jail.
All right, let me-
And you know
let me
what?
a- let me
they
ask
remember
Vice
it
President
because if you
Biden a
look at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
you treated them
about-
very, very badly.
The-
Just
the-
take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change the since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been
Wait, getting some white guilt or something?
arguing
Biden,
that, in fact,
finally?
we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money. That's
If
why
Biden wanted to really be with the kids, be with the young group, young generation, he should have said, I took the L. Really.
I set up drug
Would've been
courts,
with
which
the
were never
Zoomers,
funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done because I think the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drug. But they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president,
jails are still
along
the
with
same, though.
Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you
If
get
he really wanted to make up for the crime bill, he would have just federally legalized weed and then got rid of every person in jail for marijuana.
it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done
IMO.
because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a
Your
lot of it
response.
done. We released
didn't get
38,000. We
anything
got
done.
38,000 prisoners left from the.
You got
out of-
nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I
Quick
just
response,
asked,
and then we're
I
gonna
just
move
asked
on
one
to climate
question.
change.
Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this. You put
He's trying to
tens
do the
of
Hillary
thousands
method.
of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying
He
you're
did
gonna
this against
you're
Hillary,
gonna
too.
undo that.
And I think it
Why
works.
didn't you get it done? You had 8
So
years
we'll
with
see.
Obama.
Obviously, we know
You know why,
Biden
Joe? Because
would
you're all
win, but
talk and no action.
All right, Vice President
Because
Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
Well, you
Okay.
You got to
Why,
talk.
why was it so awkwardly paused there? I do
All
not
right.
remember that. That was so
We're going
awkward.
to move on to our next section,
Like I
which
did
is
with criminal
climate
justice
change.
reform. I had
Okay.
to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen,
did what we
we're running out of
already done.
time, so we got to get on to climate change, please. You both
Oh,
have
don't worry, y'all. We still fit in the climate change thing finally.
Very-
If climate change isn't the freaking first question in the next presidential debates, I'm gonna be livid
different visions.
as I'm sweating my balls off right now as we speak. And if it's not the first goddamn
on
question,
climate change.
nothing else
President Trump,
matters.
you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President
If-
Biden,
if
you have said you see addressing
we're gonna see
climate
mass
change
migration,
as an
mass
opportunity
death,
to create new jobs.
extinction of
For each
species.
you, how would you both combat climate change and support job
gonna be about
growth
national
at the
debt. Yeah,
same
you're right.
time?
That's the
Starting
first
with
question.
you, President Trump.
The debt's
you
too
have
high.
2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs.
I love
do
this.
love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have
Dasani
the best,
just running
lowest
through
number
the
in
streams.
carbon emissions.
Dasani,
which is a
good
big
water,
standard
life
that I
water.
notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means. But I have.
We
heard
need more
Obama
vitamin
use it.
water.
And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China.
Billion
how
trees in the first
filthy it
debate.
is.
Now they've planted
Look at
a
Russia.
trillion. That's a huge
Look at
jump.
India.
Wow,
It's
impressive.
filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly.
God
When they
forbid.
put us in there, they did
God
us a
forbid we
great
need to spend
disservice.
money
They were gonna
under
take away our
capitalism
businesses.
to
I will not sacrifice tens of
to stop
millions
climate
of
change.
jobs,
God forbid.
thousands and thousands of companies.
That's
because
so
of
great, you know, we just
the
gotta always think
Paris
about
Accord.
the-
It was
think
so
about money.
unfair. China
is
doesn't
too
kick
costly
in
to-
until
to fight
2030.
climate change.
Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice
God
President
forbid.
Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change and climate warming, global warming, is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral
I don't even have the time to
obligation
count.
to deal with it.
I would lose
And we're
count.
told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit limit emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will...
Like, it sucks that this question is... the question should just be, how would you combat climate change? And it's tied into the freaking economics. I'm telling you, this is how awful capitalism is. This capitalism brain rot is what this is. That we have to think about the profits and jobs and industry, you know, instead of just being like, we should be focusing on the climate first. But how did we even get here? Because of capitalism.
in fact, create 18.6 million jobs.
That's why capitalism
7
won't
million
fix
more
this.
than his. This is from Wall Street.
Literally,
And
Obama
that'll
admitted in
create
a
$1
Hassan
trillion more in
Minhaj
economic growth than his proposal does.
interview
Not on climate,
that he's
just
like,
on
you're just
the
going to have to
economy.
deal with the
President
temperature
Kennedy
rising by
came out
3%.
and said very
or
strongly,
3 degrees.
$6,500 will be taken away
Like we
from
tried. That was
families
the
under
thing.
his
It's not
plan.
going to happen.
That his plan is
If you
an
want to stop
economic
climate
disaster.
change, you got to end
If
capitalism.
you look at what he wants
Straight
to
up.
do, if you look at his plan,
Nothing
his
to do with
environmental
climate.
plan, you know who developed it? AOC plus 3. They know
AOC
nothing
plus 3.
about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the
What?
craziest plan
What?
that
Is he
anybody has ever
smoking?
seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This
We just
wasn't
want
done
big
by
cement blocks
anybody.
with doors
Frankly, I
only.
don't even know how it can be good
All right.
politically. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's
Good.
$100 trillion.
Spend more money than that.
They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President
It
respond,
is
and we're running out of
crazy.
time, and we have a lot
And
more
you'll
questions to
destroy
get
our
to.
country.
So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers.
Queens.
$100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan was, this is plan.
Yeah, where's the
endorsed by every
window argument? Like,
major-
what the hell? I've
every
never heard
major
any-
environmental group and every labor group. Labor. Because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know they're good jobs in getting us there.
Spoiler alert,
And by the way, the fastest
having our
growing
hottest
industry in
month on
America
record.
is the electric, excuse me.
We only had a
solar
couple more
energy
electric cars.
and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, 45, 50 bucks an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump,
Excuse me.
please
We are
respond, and then I have some
We are
follow-ups.
energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do.
When Biden
It's
starts whispering in the
extremely
mic, yeah, that's
expensive,
pretty good.
Kills all the birds. It's very intermittent. It's got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more
Full
than
bullshit.
anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other
That
thing.
is, you can't even see anything coming from the. You can see the gas coming from the fucking oil shit, dude. The shit you're talking about, like just visibly, like even if you don't know anything about how the science of it works, you would literally see smoke and shit coming out of these windmills. But there isn't any of that. Trump's IQ on climate change is hilarious. He knows he's bullshitting because he's getting money from the fucking oil
Find me
industry.
a
Solar.
scientist said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful.
Well, maybe we could figure that out if we actually fucking invested in it instead of finding new ways to drill into our natural
factories that we need to compete with the
our,
world. So
False.
it's all a pipe dream. But
the
you
fuck
know
am I
what we'll
saying?
do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world.
Our state
but
parks
if you
and
want to kill
shit.
the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right,
Now
let
we
me
have to ask him about
allow
fracking.
Vice President
I
Biden to
have
respond.
never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on
Yeah,
tape.
which is in 2022, 23, whatever fucking year it is, you gotta be a anti-fracking at this point. I mean, how are you not?
I did show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is
Showed
he's
it last
flat lying.
Would you
Flat-
rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money in
Lost
doing it.
radical
It's a
left again.
transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then
Excuse me,
we have.
he was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal
I
land,
wish.
I said. No fracking
You
and
said-
or
Who likes
oil on
fracking?
federal
Let
land.
me ask this
Oil
final
executives.
question in this section. And then I want to move on to our final.
And people who have
section.
oil jobs,
President
I
Trump,
guess,
people of
fracking
color are
jobs.
much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical
This is also
plants.
true.
In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick.
Yeah, there's a whole good movie about this starring Mark Ruffalo. We talked about it way back, I think, in one of the Carter debates. I forgot what it was called. Fuck. I remember I couldn't remember it during then either. But it's a good movie. Highly recommend.
Has rolled back regulations on.
It's not exactly about oil pipelines, but it is about corporation. Specifically, that one's about DuPont, the corporation, and how in like this one town that they knowingly were putting cancerous materials in the area and causing people to get cancer and other things. And it wasn't until like after they've affected so many people that they were eventually taken to court about it. And yeah, basically all of us are poisoned thanks to corporations like DuPont because they use a lot of that material for nonstick the stick pans there, that stuff.
More money than they've ever made. If
What's
you
it
look
called?
at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater
Teflon,
the
Teflon, that's
percentage
the
gain
stuff, too.
than it was under in
Dark
3
Waters.
years.
Highly
than it was
recommend it.
under 8 years.
Give it a watch.
Of the 2 of them, to put it nicely. 9 times
Might
more.
be on like Amazon
Now,
Prime or something.
somebody lives, I have not heard
Very
the
good.
numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it, and I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. We saved
We're 8 minutes
We
away
got-
from
say what you
completing
want
this
about
journey. I can't
relationship.
believe it.
We got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
All
And
right.
everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice
that.
President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute, chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turn in the windshield wiper, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them, it matters how you keep them safe. What do you do? And you
And we wouldn't have any of these issues if we just, use solar or
impose
wind
restrictions
turbines.
on the pollutions the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final
Would he
question.
close
It
down
falls-
the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close
it
down the
falls-
oil
By the way, I would
Yes, I would.
transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I would
that's a big
transition.
statement.
It is a big statement.
That's a big
because
statement.
I would stop
Why would you do that?
because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal, but you
That's a
can't
big
do
statement.
that. Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time, and I'd stop giving to the oil industry.
This conversation
I'd stop
should have been
giving them federal
happening
subsidies.
in
You won't give
1950.
federal subsidies to the gas, excuse me, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We
just
actually do
All
give
right.
it to
It's funny to
solar
hear
wind.
this
We
too,
have
just
one
like
final
from what we
Biggest
watched
statement
in
terms of
during
business,
Carter and
that's the biggest statement.
Okay,
Because
we have
basically
one
Carter and
final
Reagan
thing.
there,
he is going to
talking about
destroy
renewable energy back then.
the oil industry. Will you remember
And
that,
we all were like,
Texas?
no, we
Will you
want
remember
clean
that
coal and oil.
Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I
Ohio.
have to get to the final
Ohio.
question. Vice President Biden.
Oklahoma.
Takes everything out of context. But the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right. One
It's gonna
final
be too
question.
late.
for both
To do
of
it?
you. No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move
China?
on
We're
gonna
to
give
our
ourselves a
final
pat on the
question.
back
We
in
have to move on to
2050
our
as-
final
Join Paris
question.
Accord to make China abide by
Millions
what they
die.
All
That'll
right,
cost
this
you
is
$1
about
trillion.
leadership.
Animals
gentlemen.
go extinct.
And this first question does go to you, President Trump.
Can't wait.
Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each
Spoiler.
have 1 minute. Starting
You're
with
spoiling
you.
my
We have to
inauguration
make
address.
A country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, et cetera. But I will tell you, go back.
Like I
Before
said,
the
Trump
plague
is
came in, just
purposely
before, I was
misleading.
getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call
That's
me.
how all the,
They wanted to get together.
I mean,
We
even
had the
Democrats
best
do it too.
black
Just
unemployment
they're about
numbers
renewable
in the
energy,
history
but
of our
it's
country.
down the
Hispanic,
down the road, down the
women,
line.
Asian,
Be someone else's
people with
problem.
diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on
Is
everything.
it supposed to be your inauguration?
He will kill it. If he gets
he doesn't
in,
exist?
you will have a depression,
Or
the
you've already
likes
won,
of
I
which
guess,
you've never
in
seen.
this scenario?
Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy...
So, I mean, we have like 1 year until we end
run
systemic
and moved
racism,
and motivated
basically.
by clean energy.
Since Biden won,
creating
basically 1 year
millions of
away.
new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do.
Countdown
and
is
I'm going
on.
to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic
Yeah, they
debate.
actually
Really
didn't interrupt each
appreciate it.
other too
President
much.
Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day
Wow,
is
no wonder I
November
voted for
3rd.
Biden.
Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
GG. Wow, we fucking did it, yo. We did it. We have... I can't even... I'm stumbling here. We frickin' watched every single U.S. presidential debate that was aired on television and or internet services. God bless America. God damn. We fucking did it. I think overall, going in, my main thing I wanted to see from all this going in was, has the rhetoric changed for some of these like we talked about climate change here, and we talked about renewables, how like that was around the 70s and quickly disappeared, and now it's back again, you know, for obvious reasons. Things like the national debt were talked about almost in every debate. I think this was honestly the first debates. I feel like I haven't heard anything about the national debt really. You know, there's been conversations about, obviously during the 80s, we had conversations about the Cold War. War was a big topic. Then we had the Iraq War under Bush. Interestingly enough, nothing about Afghanistan in any of these debates either, considering we'd finally leave Afghanistan after 20 frickin' years, most of my life. Yeah, it's been an interesting journey. And overall, I feel like you can definitely see how we've kind of just, in some ways, progressed, at least socially, but in other ways, we're still conservative economically for the most part. And it's been shown in all these debates of how we talk about it. It's also been kind of cool to see like the different like quality of the televisions too. We went from black and white in our first debate to color. That was kind of a cool jump, and then just seeing like us going to HD was interesting. Afghanistan's definitely coming up in the next debate. I don't know. I feel like we're all kind of okay with everyone just leaving Afghanistan. I haven't really heard too much being talked about on the right. We'll see, though. I mean, that's something that maybe happens. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, this was a good journey. I think it was worth it. For me, it just further emphasizes how these general elections, like, I don't really believe in much that we're going to change the world through voting in a certain person as president. I think you can minimize suffering, though, through it. I think Joe Biden obviously is better to be in office than someone like Donald Trump or a Ronald Reagan. There's clearly people like Carter who, today's standards, seems super progressive. So I think that's one scary thing. So for me, I feel like this doesn't really change anything in terms of like my belief in the system. I still like this shit because I'm a sicko. I do like talking about electoral politics because it's, I think, kind of weirdly fun. But it does impact us, obviously. It legitimately impacts us. But like I said, I don't think we're going to fundamentally change the system through voting. Whether you're a social democrat type, whether you're a more further left-leaning person, to me, it's like if you want fundamentally different changes, you're never going to get it through voting in certain people. And obviously, the Electoral College is broken too, because we've had both Bush and Trump winning, despite not getting the popular vote. Who knows what would have happened there? But yeah, I don't know. It's just like I feel like we're just asking all the time for healthcare. You know what I mean? And we get bare minimums. We get watered down things, and we all applaud like it was life changing when it wasn't systemically life changing. Maybe it was for some people, but not at a system wide level. But yeah, I'm rambling a little bit here. But no, this is a cool journey. This is a cool journey. Hillary dealing with COVID. Oh my God, could you imagine? I mean, I think Trump would have just ran again, and I think maybe Trump would have won. Who knows? I think maybe Trump was inevitable. He was like Thanos. He was inevitable. Hold up here. I want to. What time is it? It is already 10 o'clock. Do we want to quickly rank these? I'm not going to spend too much time doing this. We're just going to rank them in chronological order. Give me a second here. I'm trying to think of what we can do. Boom. I need to get my list up, which I'm just going to probably bring up off stream. But no, this was really fun, and I appreciate folks who joined this journey with me or are watching later on YouTube. Appreciate it. It was really fun. As a history person, too, I just find it interesting to, like I said, see how it's changed, or maybe not changed over time. All right. So the first ones we got, so there's I think 15 in total? 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13 in total. 1960 through 2020. But there was a gap between 1960 and 1976. So I think we're just going to start with JFK versus Nixon. I'm probably just going to put it up top here, maybe, for now, since it's the first one. I mean, overall, I liked that one. It was the first one. It was a little dry at moments. I know there was controversy at the time of like Nixon sweating, and he looked kind of sweaty, but it wasn't like as dramatic as I thought it was going to be. I think maybe it was just mixed of the visual quality and I don't know, just didn't really notice that as much, but it was just interesting considering how young JFK was, and then Nixon we know would eventually run again and win. Talked a lot about the Cold War at that time. So interesting perspective. Definitely old-timey for sure. So the next one would be Ford versus Carter. And I like this more because of, like I was talking about earlier, how Carter feels the most progressive somehow of all these candidates that we've watched, outside of maybe like Obama, at least in rhetoric. So I liked the Ford versus Carter ones. So I'm thinking of putting those above JFK versus Nixon. That was the first time we heard of clean coal. President Ford talked about clean coal. And I thought that was a Trump thing, but it was actually a Ford thing at the very least, maybe even before that. So we got Ford versus Carter. Then we have Anderson versus Reagan, then Carter versus Reagan. So that was a mashup. And this is our first encounter with Reagan and the power of charisma, and how we learned that charisma really can win you debates and win you votes, especially in this time period. Because Carter didn't even show up to the first debate. And Anderson was pretty boring, and Reagan was just doing boomer jokes over and over again. But Yeah, I really liked this one. It's hard to really rank it 'cause it's been so long. I think I'm gonna rank this one above both of them just because I just feel like it's a little bit more historical of where a lot of maybe left-leaning Americans kind of point to of like the beginning of the end in terms of it was a change in conservatism in the country. I think it brought the country right because after Reagan, you had Republicans dominating politics for quite some time until Clinton for just those 8 years there, and then quickly back to Bush for another 8. And I think you can tie a little bit of that populism, right-wing populism of Trump to Reagan. So yeah, I'm gonna do Reagan versus. Oh my god, I can't fucking spell today. Anderson versus Carter. And then Reagan versus Mondale was a little bit not as exciting as the other ones. We kind of knew what Reagan was bringing, and Mondale was just Carter's vice president who was more boring somehow. Even though Carter was more boring from his first debates, he just had really nothing going for him, and no wonder he fucking lost. So I'm going to do that one as last. All right, then we have H.W. Bush versus Dukakis. And this was an interesting one for sure. This is going to be a hard one to rank. Because I really didn't know too much about H.W. Bush going in, besides, like the Gulf War. He was Reagan's vice president, so he continued Reagan. And it was kind of interesting to see how he was different than my Bush, George W. Bush, growing up. Dukakis was also, once again, not too amazing. I'll probably put this one, I think 5th makes sense. That's where I'm actually going to put it above Reagan versus Mondale. Just because I did find H.W. Bush interesting, because he was kind of trying to do the Reagan thing, but he had his own charisma, the Bush charisma, as we've seen. All right, then we have H.W. Bush versus Clinton versus Perot. I really liked these ones a lot. I think I would like it more than all of these, honestly. That's what my gut's telling me. Because I liked young Clinton, stoner Clinton, as we saw. He gave us stoner vibes, and when you look up young pictures of him, he was totally the dude who had the weed on him for you at the party. And Clinton just had that goofy energy at the time. And then Perot was kind of cool too. He's our favorite billionaire. So, and I liked the clash of 3 people. We didn't that was the last time we would get that too. Which kind of sucks. Because I think with 3, it makes it more interesting. Because you can clearly tell in that debate that it was like H.W. Bush and Clinton would attack each other, but neither one of them wanted to attack Perot because they were hoping to get the Perot voters if he dropped out. Because he did drop out, then he came back in, which hurt him. And I still wonder to this day, if he never dropped out, would he have had an actual chance at winning? I wonder what would have happened, because he was polling the best actually at one point. Then we have Clinton versus Dole, and Dole was fine. I wasn't blown away by him. I'll just put that. I mean, we got more Clinton though, and I liked Clinton, so maybe I'll just put that in the middle of the pack for now. Let's do Clinton versus. I liked our boy Clinton, And then we got what was it? Gore versus W. Bush. And I really liked these. But maybe not as much as, no, yeah, I did like it because I liked Gore. I liked his energy. And he was the only one to actually talk about climate change most progressively. Like, obviously Carter was up there in terms of like his renewable energy, but we didn't know no one was talking about climate change at that point. So yeah, I'm gonna do Gore versus Bush, and obviously that election too was historic one with it being so close, and it came down to recounts or almost recounts. So Gore versus Bush, and then Bush versus Kerry was pretty boring because it was all just fucking about Iraq and 9/11 and Afghanistan and Saddam Hussein. I fucking hated that one. And it was, one debate was fine, but even the first debate, all of it was just about that. And it was just the same thing over and over again. We need to find Al Qaeda. That's what Bush kept saying. And just, I don't know, it just got old real quick. So that one's at the bottom for me for sure. Then Obama versus McCain. You know, Obama's a great public speaker, and he was a pretty good debater. And McCain is the last of, like, the quote-unquote sensible Republicans. So I guess that was kind of interesting to see. Yes, I hear you, Window. Yes. I'd put that Is it better than Clinton versus... You know what? I'm going to put it up here. The more I think about it, the more I did like that one. I'm going to put it in fourth spot. Obama versus McCain. Because, I don't know, it was an interesting time watching that too, just considering that's when I kind of started paying attention a bit about politics. And then seeing how, like, Obama, you know, was talking about change and all that, you know, and then that was just an interesting hindsight. Then we had Obama versus Romney. That one was pretty brutal. We had our visit to DU where I used to work, which was cool, which also is where the Big Bird moment was. You had the binder full of women. And then Romney was the last of, I guess McCain, like I said earlier, McCain was kind of the last of the sensible Republicans, but Romney was a little bit more of that too. But he was just kind of just goofy and boring. Goofy in not a fun way. Like, he just kind of just challenged Obama on spending too much of the deficit, and that was pretty much it. I mean, I'd probably put that one, since it was kind of... Is it better than Reagan versus Mondale? I don't know. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh for this one, but I'm putting Obama versus Romney at 10. Then we have, did I miscount? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, okay, I'm good. So we have Trump versus Clinton. I think this is my number one. I found it a little bit more entertaining than Joe Biden. Joe Biden's a little bit too, come on, Jack energy for me. And Hillary was just acted like she just had it in the bag in the first two debates. And the third debate, you can clearly tell she's like, fuck, what did I do? And Trump was just bringing that right-wing populism, but he had all the zingers, just roasting Clinton nonstop. He was aggressive, but he also had, like, so many things to point to. I think that's the biggest difference for me. Is I was more entertained throughout all three of them. And I was kind of sick on Friday, and somehow I was able to watch them. So I just think Trump versus Clinton at the top, but not by much. Not by much. I think Trump versus Clinton would be even easier if it was just two debates, but media and Hillary made it sound like she was going to win. Yeah, she was so confident in the first one, being like, I'm just going to make fun of Trump. Look how what crazy things he's saying. And then way he was like talking is like, I get why people who are kind of like independent at the time, who maybe weren't paying attention to Trump's primaries, just watched those debates and came out of it being like, yeah, Clinton's part of the establishment, and Trump is just challenging everything of that, you know. I mean, he did have some of the dog whistles in it, but it wasn't as on the nose as in 2020, where at that point Trump thinks he was king and would say even more crazy shit. If that makes sense. But now where do I put Trump versus Biden? I like that it was two of them. I appreciate that. It's kind of interesting to watch it again. That's the only one I've watched twice technically now. So it's interesting to revisit. It wasn't as entertaining as I remembered though. Maybe because like a lot of it was just COVID stuff and granted at the time we were doing like we had a big chat involved too, and I don't think I paused it then because we were watching it live. We did like the bingo and everything then, and I'm more left than I am now. So I don't know if that is affecting that. I'm feeling this. Am I crazy? 4? Like Trump was decent in this one, but he just kept interrupting too much. He was too much. And all his things that he was criticizing Biden were not as effective, I feel like, than Hillary's. Like at that point, a lot of people were just so sick of Trump, and it showed in that debate. even the Fox News guy there, like he was getting sick of Trump. You know, but at least it was 2. I think that's part of it. If it was 3 of them, I don't know if I could do it. Trump versus Clinton felt fresh. Trump versus Biden didn't, and I think that might be just a recency bias kind of thing. But yeah, I think this is it. Let me make it bold. I don't know if that's too tiny on stream. Apologies. So this is our final rankings, our power rankings of all the debates. Number 1, Trump versus Hillary Clinton. Number 2, H.W. Bush versus Clinton versus Perot. We had the 3 people on stage on all of them. We had a town hall in this one. Really loved it. I love town halls. That's another thing I forgot to mention about all of these. Town halls should be required. And I think that's another reason why Trump versus Biden could have been better if we had a town hall. But with COVID, obviously, I don't think that was going to happen. But maybe they could have done a Zoom call or something like that. Maybe that's what it was supposed to be until Trump got COVID. I don't know. Oh, yeah, we never looked to see the results. We'll look at that in a second. My bad. Trump versus Biden, Reagan versus Anderson versus Carter, Obama versus McCain, Ford versus Carter, Clinton versus Dukakis, JFK versus Nixon, H.W. Bush versus Dukakis, Reagan versus Mondale, Obama versus Romney, and W. Bush versus Kerry. Those are our power rankings. You love to see it. You love to see it. I have to watch the 2 and 3 debates, but it's hard to put Biden versus Trump at 4. Yeah, I mean, Gore versus Bush was just so interesting because it felt like if Gore won, I don't know where we'd be. I feel like it was actually just as impactful as like Trump versus Clinton was. At least so how they were talking and like, especially with Gore when he was talking about climate stuff. It wasn't as much as I would like, but just knowing what he would do afterwards was interesting. And obviously Bush barely winning. Then HW, I just like the 3 candidates on stage. And with the town hall, I thought that was great. So it was great. All right, let's quickly go back to the election of just what happened. Obviously, we know Biden would win, but I just wanted to look more at the details. And we didn't talk about it before, but we talked about how did Biden get here. I've talked about it in other streams. Biden was kind of the once he announced that he was running, he was definitely the favorite, but then Bernie announced he was running again, and he was definitely in the top 3. You had Warren, who joined for the first time as another progressive kind of candidate. You had Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg. You had Beto there, or whatever his name is, who at one point was said to be the next president, and back in 2016. But Biden would win because right before Super Tuesday, after Bernie got second in Iowa, then he won Nevada and New Hampshire, surprisingly, or really started to gain momentum, and it seemed like Bernie was going to do it. And then a bunch of people dropped out right before Super Tuesday, and they endorsed Biden, and I think that's what turned the tide. It's a lot because the base was so divided up that the more liberal side of the base, they wanted to see who the candidate was because it was basically anyone but Bernie was kind of the attitude in the party. I don't think if Warren dropped out as soon, if let's say right before Super Tuesday and endorsed by Bernie, I don't know if that would have turned it. I just think the Obama making the call and telling people to basically vote for Joe, I think was just too much to overturn. I think the reason Bernie did so well was because there were so many people in the field. But yeah, Obama made some calls. I mean that's how like Trump got elected, was there were so many people in the race for so long. You know, kind of a similar but the opposite direction. But yeah, Joe Biden would win the nominee in a hard-fought primary. And then we would have one of the biggest elections in the United States history. Most votes ever cast for a candidate in a U.S. presidential election was for Biden, getting 81 million votes. This election saw the highest voter turnout by percentage since 1900, with each of the two main tickets receiving more than 74 million votes, surpassing Barack Obama's record of 69.5 million. Yeah, because that's the crazy thing is Trump got 74 million votes. He only got 62 million in the first one. You had a huge increase for him. And going in, that's what I expected, but I wasn't expecting 74 million votes. And Florida and Texas almost flipped in this election. That's right. It was much closer. Because at one point, people were saying Texas going blue, and then it wound up going back red. But yeah, the big ones were Georgia, right here. I think that's the one that kind of just was a nail in the coffin. But Virginia was one, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Because here's the Electoral College from before. You can see Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania all went to Trump. Biden flipped those, and then got he also got a Arizona. That was another big one. Getting Arizona was huge. But yeah, I mean, it was. I remember what it took. How many days did it take? November 7th. So it was about 4 days later. But yeah, thanks to mail-in voting, it helped the voter turnout. I think both of them, but like I said, most times than not, it helps Democrats when voting is easier. And obviously, then there was Trump's tried to start a bunch of court cases to overturn certain states, to overturn the election. I like how at the top here it just says, for the epic rap battles of history episodes. See here, it's like, yeah, that's how many people were looking for it up at the top. They put it up top there. It's funny. But yeah, eventually, and then they had January 6th, obviously, which was the closest to our government being at least directly attacked. I would say attacked, but I mean, there was at the time there was people thought maybe there would, possibly Congress people being hurt, or even Mike Pence was, supposedly they were looking for. But yeah, Biden would eventually be inaugurated with Kamala Harris. Yada yada, and now Pence is running for president again. And Donald Trump is as well. We'll see how that goes. Let's look at the breakdown. Usually they have it somewhere, right? Arizona. Yeah, it was just decided by 0.30. Decided by what, 10,000 votes, roughly? Georgia had the biggest one, was 0.23%, 11,000 votes. Wisconsin, 20,000 votes, which was the tipping point state for Biden victory. Results by county. Republicans love this map because they're like, look at all the red. Even though there's like 10 people in this county here. What is this? It's like a freaking like tumor or something. What the fuck? By margins of victory. Interesting. It's almost like too colorful. I can't tell. So liberals voted 89% with Biden, moderates 64%. That's a big difference compared to Hillary, I think. Obviously 94% Democrats. I mean, still 6% is crazy. 6% Republicans. I guess it's straight down the middle. Independents, yeah. Biden got the independents here. Crazy how mostly women voted for Biden. Who would have thought? Really married? No, it makes sense. Married people, yeah. I can see that. Biden got all the non-white vote, basically. People who weren't white. Trump got the white vote. Trump got the Christian or Protestant. Biden got the Catholic. That was interesting. You can see the age difference too. 18. Yeah, they always say that the Bernie Bros or all the young people who didn't vote or whatever. And it's like, no, we fucking voted. Look at this shit. 65%. The most. You bet it's different in the Clinton one. Let me go down to it, see if we can bring up the same graph. Oh my god, so many references. Just give me the data. Where were we? 18, yeah, I mean, still 18 and 24-year-olds, still 56%, the most out of all age groups. So yeah, the whole rhetoric that like young people don't vote or don't care, like this is bullshit. They always vote for your liberal candidate. Don't worry. I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, like the ages are kind of the same. Guess the only difference. It's too many fucking graphs. I guess 40 to 49 years old, they voted more for Trump. Than the first time. That's another, I guess, big difference. I mean, yeah, white men, white women, still the same. Yeah, I mean, 89% Democrats. So there was a drop off on the Democrats for Clinton there. Moderates still 52. Oh, it is a big jump. 64 versus 52. It's so funny because, like, Hillary Clinton's definitely more left than Biden. And this is funny that moderates were like... I guess that makes sense why they like Biden, but it's just funny that there was more liberal turnout. But, I mean, I know why. It's because they didn't like Trump. The hate for Trump grew enough. Now, where was independent? Where do we see that? Independence. Just 41% independents. Yeah, didn't vote. So it was. Yeah, you're right, Jarek. The big switch from independence as well. So it's independence and the age difference. 40 to 49 years old also changed. Interesting. Interesting. More people voted for with associate's degree voted for Trump this time around. Biden even got the some college education. That's crazy. But yeah, that is 2020, man. We lived through it. That's for sure. But yeah, that was it. That is the journey, folks. That is the journey. It's been a fun one. I don't know how many hours that is. Someone can do the math. There's 35 debates in total. Each one was an hour and a half. So you can do the math on that of how many hours that is, and that's not including all the times I've paused it and whatnot. I mean, I thought about making one long video, but it's not worth it. I'd rather separate them. But yeah, make sure to go watch them on YouTube on the ones maybe you didn't catch. I definitely think some of them are worth the watch. Maybe if you looked at the rankings there, you can see which ones might be best to jump into. But yeah, appreciate you, everyone who's watched, who's followed and subscribed and all that stuff in this stream and all these presidential streams. This has been kind of my shift to doing more political content. I hope to maybe do more when it comes to the Republican primary. I still have at least one episode I want to do of We Grow Together. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue it or not. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see where this evolves into. I hope to at least do the presidential debates next year. I guess I'll say that. That'll be a goal of mine. So, but yeah, appreciate y'all watching. I will catch y'all later. I don't know when the next stream will be, but if I'm going to do We Grow Together, hopefully I'll let y'all know in the Discord or on Twitter or whatnot. And if you're following the channel, you should get notifications when I go live. Also hoping to bring Sock Gang back soon. Whenever we're hoping for whatever CS2 drops, that's kind of where we're aiming to bring it back. So once we figure that out, we'll have hopefully a set date or time where we'll be trying to religiously do that again. But yeah, appreciate y'all watching again. If you want to join the Discord, here it is. If you're not already in it. All right, I think that's it. I never know how to end streams. I'm the worst at them. So, all right, y'all. Fun stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, y'all, though. Have a good night, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. God bless America. GG.